Chapter 26:31. Brat, forget it. We can't stop the God-fiend from recovering. In this strange space, there's no suppression from the outside world. We can't do anything to him. Why don't we take this opportunity to cultivate in peace and increase our strength? When the God-fiend comes out, we'll have more energy to deal with him. Huolei Laozu turned to look at Du Xiaofu and said softly. He knew very well that the main reason why Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to the God-fiend was because of this space. In this space, without the suppression from the outside world, the God-fiend had recovered a lot in his realm. The God-fiend's original strength was far beyond the heavenly sage realm. Even if he recovered 10% of his strength here, he was still much stronger than Du Xiaofu. If they were in the outside world, the God-fiend wouldn't be able to completely ignore Du Xiaofu's attack. I understand, Grand Elder. Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and said. He knew very well that the God-fiend in this space was not someone he could easily deal with. What he could do now was to do as Huolei Laozu said. Take advantage of this space, without the suppression from the outside world, to break through earlier and do his best to increase his strength to deal with the situation after the God-fiend completely recovered. Du Xiaofu didn't think too much. After calming down his emotions, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing and cultivate. Time was everything. Only by using all the time he had to increase his cultivation could he have more strength to fight against the God-fiend. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body gradually converged, and waves of invisible waves were emitted. It was extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Huolei Laozu also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about now was that Du Xiaofu would be too impulsive after seeing the God-fiend's strength and disregard everything. However, this brat's current performance made him feel more at ease. At the very least, in the face of such a strong enemy, he could still collect his chaotic thoughts and calm down to cultivate. This made Huolei Laozu's greatest worry disappear. Brat, cultivate well. We still need you to deal with the God-fiend. Huolei Laozu whispered to himself. He looked deeply at the purple-robed young man beside him, his gaze sweeping across that angular face with an unfathomable charm. However, you can't bear all this alone. Grand Elder, I have to do something. Huolei Laozu thought, his gaze from Du Xiaofu. However, it didn't take long before another wave of fluctuations appeared in the space, attracting his attention. They're all here. Huolei Laozu turned around and saw a large group of figures in the void behind him. There were hundreds of people. These people were Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Lei Tianhuang, Zhen Qinchun, and so on. There were also experts from the Taoist school, Confucian school, School of Yinyang, School of Moism, Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan, Phoenix Clan, Human Divine Temple, Beast Alliance, and other experts from the 3 continents Kyushu region. Grand Elder! Senior! After these people arrived, they all greeted Huolei Laozu. They also noticed Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, and the strange scene caused by the God-fiend not far away. What's going on? What's wrong with the Rock Emperor? The God-fiend's aura is so terrifying and it seems to be getting stronger. It's not just the God-fiend. The Rock Emperor is the same. Even those people from the devil religion beside the God-fiend are the same. Soon, everyone realized that this place was unusual. They couldn't help but be surprised and discuss it. It's good that you're all here. The space here isn't suppressed, and it's the best for cultivation. It's many times faster than in the outside world. Moreover, it's much easier to comprehend the profound laws here. Huolei Laozu looked at everyone and said slowly. Then, he pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, So, your next task is to do the same as him. Do your best to break through here. After Huolei Laozu finished speaking, everyone was very surprised. After carefully sensing it, it was just as he said. This place was very mysterious. Everyone understood Huolei Laozu's words. This kind of environment was perfect for cultivation and breakthroughs. At this time, Du Xiaofu, the people from the devil religion, and the god fiend were all improving. This was why their auras were constantly increasing. But Grand Ancestor, what about the god fiend? Du Xiaoyao stood out and couldn't help but ask after glancing at the god fiend in the distance. His meaning was very clear. His thoughts coincided with Du Xiaofu's. They both wanted to stop the god fiend from recovering. Don't touch the god fiend. No one can do anything to him here. After Huolei Laozu explained, he didn't say anything else. None of those who came here were weak. It wouldn't take long for them to figure out the key points. Don't delay any longer. Everyone, cultivate. Huolei Laozu's eyes shot out lightning and fire as he swept his gaze over the experts from the tricontinent Kyushu region. Yes, Grand Ancestor. Everyone didn't say anything. They all sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate their breathing. With hundreds of people cultivating at the same time in the same place, the scene was extremely spectacular. The vast auras were invisibly intertwined with each other, triggering an invisible force that caused the void to tremble. Only Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest of the people from the desolate country didn't do as they were told. Instead, they gathered around Huolei Laozu. You all go ahead and cultivate. I'm going out for a while. Huolei Laozu looked at them and spoke softly. Then, he suddenly looked at Lei Tianhuang in the crowd and said, Young man, come with me. Me? Grand Ancestor, where are we going? Lei Tianhuang was a little puzzled and asked honestly. You'll know when you get there. Huolei Laozu said softly. He didn't explain further. After glancing at the purple-robed youth beside him, he immediately flew into the distance. He left in an extremely straightforward manner without any hesitation. Grand Ancestor, Senior Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest wanted to ask him clearly. However, Huolei Laozu left too quickly and they couldn't stop him. Lei Tianhuang was puzzled when he saw the situation. However, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he bowed to Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, and Du Xiaoyao and said, Grand Master, Martial Uncle, I'll go first. Then, his body turned into a flash of lightning and flashed in the void. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles and disappeared. Seeing this, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, and the rest were very puzzled. Grand Ancestor must have something important to do for leaving at this time. Du Tingxian raised the wine jar in his hand and took a sip of the strong wine. Let's all cultivate. The demon god is recovering quickly. We can't delay any longer. Zhen Qinchun said. He didn't pursue the matter too deeply because of Huolei Laozu's departure. Everyone was on the same side. If he didn't want to talk about it, he naturally had his reasons. There was no need to pursue the matter. Let's begin. Everyone looked at the demon god not far away. Then, they all sat cross-legged in the void and began to regulate their breathing. Soon, the area became strangely peaceful. No one spoke. Everyone was in a strange state of cultivation. Only waves of energy were constantly fluctuating like a storm, raging and sweeping. In the distance, two figures, one old and one young, were moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed an endless distance. Grand Ancestor, where are we going? Lei Tianhuang asked Huolei Laozu. His naive expression was very serious. Young man, let me ask you a question. Huolei Laozu didn't answer him. Instead, he said this. Grand Ancestor, what's the question? Lei Tianhuang was stunned for a moment and said, Are you afraid of death? Huolei Laozu said. When he said this, his old eyes couldn't help but look deeply at Lei Tianhuang. He stared at him closely. This, Lei Tianhuang was stunned by Huolei Laozu's question. For a long time, he didn't say anything. Then, he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he replied very seriously, That depends on how you die. Interesting. Then how do you die so that you won't be afraid? Huolei Laozu laughed and continued to ask. If it's a worthy death, then I'm not afraid. What I'm afraid of is that there's no value in dying. This time, Lei Tianhuang didn't hesitate and blurted out. If you die while fighting against the demon god, is there any value in dying? Huolei Laozu asked again. Of course there is. The demon god is cruel and wants to slaughter countless lives. If I can stop his tyrannical actions, even if I have to die 1,000 times or 10,000 times, I'm willing. Lei Tianhuang said. There was an indescribable seriousness on his simple and honest face. Good boy. I know, ha 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 ha. Huolei Laozu suddenly laughed and reached out to stroke Lei Tianhuang's head. It was as if he was stroking his own descendant. His old eyes were full of affection. Ancestor, why did you ask those questions just now? Lei Tianhuang's face couldn't help but turn red when Huolei Laozu stroked his head. After he had truly awakened his spiritual intelligence, he had the appearance of a young man. When had he ever received such treatment? For a moment, he was not used to it. However, he also knew that Huolei Laozu was born from the same origin as him. There was naturally a close connection between them. Therefore, he didn't refuse to avoid it. Ancestor wants to bring you to do something big. Huolei Laozu's expression suddenly showed a sense of heroism. He held his head high and puffed out his chest as he hurried along. What kind of big thing? Lei Tianhuang was puzzled again. Something big. Huolei Laozu said. What is something big? Lei Tianhuang was confused. You will know. Huolei Laozu said. Lei Tianhuang stared blankly at Huolei Laozu, not understanding what was going on. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Lei Tianhuang's appearance, Huolei Laozu once again laughed out loud. In such a situation, the two figures quickly moved, piercing through the boundless void and finally disappearing without a trace. The bold and unrestrained laughter gradually faded away and vanished into nothingness. In the end, it could no longer be heard. Just like the two figures that had disappeared into the distance. In the void, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. For cultivators above the sage realm, it was not rare for them to go into seclusion for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. This short 1 year was truly insignificant. During this period, whether it was Du Xiaofu's side or the devil religion's side, everyone was in the midst of cultivation and did not make any movements. The two sides, who were enemies of life and death, quietly faced each other, each improving themselves. Such a scene was too calm, like the calm before the storm. It was strangely strange. Everyone's aura was constantly improving. That vast aura fluctuation was too flabbergasting. If such a situation happened in the outside world, it would be inconceivable. But in this space, everything was so natural. It was only because there was no suppression force in this place like the outside world. Everyone's bodies seemed to have broken free from some invisible shackles, and thus became lighter. Cultivating while sitting cross-legged, the speed was also much, much faster. It was likely that staying here for a year was at least more than dozens or hundreds of years in the outside world. And all of this was not caused by the acceleration of time, but by the space. Suddenly, there were waves of vast aura, causing the world to shake. I've broken through. In the crowd of the tricontinent Kyushu region, Lei Yang slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light condensed and directly pierced through the void. The aura on his body was originally only at the late-stage sage realm, far from the peak. However, at this moment, his cultivation was already at the sage realm perfection. This step was like stepping over a small realm. Such an improvement was too terrifying. They're still cultivating. Lei Yang looked around and found that everyone was still cultivating. He also found that the aura on many people's bodies had changed more than his. This caused the joy that had just risen in his heart to quickly fade away. Master Lei Yang's gaze looked at the front of the crowd. There was a purple-robed figure sitting there, also in the midst of cultivation. However, unlike the others, the aura on his body was extremely restrained and did not leak out at all. If one did not look with the naked eye and only used the power of the primordial spirit to spy, one would not be able to discover his existence. It was as if he was a piece of nothingness. This was terrifying. Lei Yang was not an ignorant person. He knew that this was a manifestation of his master's compatibility with the world. It was a profound trace of the great Tao, as if he was one with the world. When he was first subdued by Du Xiaofu, his cultivation was at the late-stage sage realm, while his master was only at the middle-stage sage realm. Now, with the help of the uniqueness of this space, he had just broken through to the sage realm perfection. Looking at his master, he had already surpassed him and left him far behind. Now, even if there were 100 or 1,000 of him, he would not be able to defeat his master. Since I've broken through in the aspect of beast energy, I'll continue to comprehend the power of ultimacy. Lei Yang thought to himself after a moment of silence. If he was only surpassed by his master, it was understandable. After all, in this world, no one could match his speed of advancement. However, due to the removal of the ubiquitous suppression during the ancient war, many people left him in the dust on the path of cultivation. This made Lei Yang feel even more pressured at this time. After thinking for a while in his heart, Lei Yang calmed his mind and entered the mysterious state of comprehension once more. Time slowly flowed by, constantly fading away. Day after day passed. The scene in this space was still the same as before. No one knew how long had passed, and no one cared about this problem. On a certain day, Du Xiaofu, who was in front of everyone, started to have an inexplicable aura rising from his body. Walala, streaks of lightning power spiraled, like slender snakes, slithering around his body. Purple gold lightning curled up, releasing a vast majesty, like the might of heaven. Buzz, buzz, buzz inside the space, strange undulations also rippled out. The void in front of Du Xiaofu constantly changed shape, presenting all kinds of strange patterns. At the same time, in his mind, there was similarly a figure sitting cross-legged. It was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu himself. This was his primordial spirit. At this time, on this primordial spirit, there were mysterious lines glowing, as if the patterns of the great Tao were engraved on it, ever-changing and evolving into all things. Among these lines, there were a few that were the brightest and had an extremely vast aura. Those trajectories seemed to explain some kind of law and trace in this world, indescribable. Rumble, in the outside world, there was suddenly a sudden clap of thunder. Chi chi chi. The surrounding space was constantly distorted, as if it was being wantonly kneaded by some kind of huge force. Two completely different auras descended, instantly suppressing the primordial spirits of all the living beings here. Among the people in the surroundings, a considerable number of people were also alarmed by such a commotion. Of course, there were still many people beside Du Xiaofu who were still sitting cross-legged and did not move. What happened? Why is it so scary? It's the Rock Emperor, the aura on his body is changing. This is too terrifying. Is the Rock Emperor about to break through? If he breaks through again, wouldn't he be a true heavenly saint? After being alarmed, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura. All of them looked at the purple-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged in the void, as if they were looking at a deity. He was so high and mighty, unreachable and untouchable. Everyone's primordial spirits were trembling, they could not help but tremble. Hurry up and leave this place, as far away as possible. Many people moved instantly and hid far away, afraid that they would be shaken by the invisible aura emitted from Du Xiaofu's body and be injured. However, things were far from that simple. After Du Xiaofu's body exploded, the aura of Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoba, Little Qilin, Du Yunlong, and the rest of the Du family's experts who were beside him also skyrocketed in an instant. Boom, 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 bolts of lightning instantly exploded, and a bright lightning rushed out from everyone's body, piercing through the 9 heavens. The ferocious and domineering lightning roared and echoed in all directions. Blinding rays of light appeared, piercing the eyes of many experts to the point that they felt pain in their eyes. Thunder Marshal Vane. This is the Thunder Marshal Vane of the Dew family. There were experts who cried out loudly, trembling endlessly. They could all see that at this moment, the Thunder Marshal Vanes of the Dew family's people were all triggered and rushed into the void. The bolts of lightning slashed horizontally and quickly gathered together with the lightning energy emitted from Du Xiaofu's body, condensing into a vast and terrifying sea of lightning. It's fine if it's just the Du family's people, but the Dragon's Girl and Little Qilin also have such a vast amount of lightning. Some experts said doubtfully. The Dragon's Girl and Little Qilin were born because of the Rock Emperor, so it's natural for them to have such a vast amount of lightning energy. Someone explained at the side. Everyone retreated to an extremely far place, trembling with fear as they watched the scene unfold over there. After the Thunder Marshal Vanes of the Dew family's people appeared, the boundless and terrifying pressure in this space became even more vast. There were no weaklings here, but everyone felt a strong sense of fear and uneasiness in their hearts. It was as if they were facing a high and mighty god, and they wanted to crawl in front of him. In the sea of lightning, bolts of lightning of different shapes flashed, crisscrossing and carrying with them the power of destruction. Among them, there were many purple-gold lightning bolts, which were ferocious and filled with the power of heaven. Look! All of a sudden, someone shouted again. Looking in the direction of his finger, they saw Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Zi Xian, Jialo Jueyu, and the others not far away from Du Xiaofu and the others. Extremely terrifying auras rushed out from their bodies. The devil religion is also making a move. Soon, everyone saw that on the side of the devil religion, the auras of the 8 devil emperors began to soar. Vast amounts of devil qi surged out, connecting with the auras of the devil gods, dense and steamy. The terrifying fluctuations of power, the ferocious and bloody aura spread out, and the movement caused by it was even greater than that of Du Xiaofu and his family. Half-step heavenly saints. Their auras are close to that of half-step heavenly saints, and they are still increasing rapidly. How could there be such a terrifying change? How long have we been cultivating here? Everyone was shocked, and they were almost speechless. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in the outside world. In this space, without the suppression of heaven and earth, those people could break through so quickly. Many people found it inconceivable. Although they had also improved greatly, compared to Du Xiaofu and the devil emperors of the devil religion, they were still far behind. Freaks, they are all freaks. The improvement of the people of the devil religion is even more terrifying. When they come out of seclusion, I wonder how strong they will be. We can't delay any longer. Let's continue to cultivate and comprehend. We can't be defeated by the people of the devil religion. That's right. The stronger we are, the more likely we will be to defeat the people of the devil religion. We can't rely on the Rock Emperor and the others for everything. We have to bear some of the responsibility. Looking at the situation over there, Xiao Qun saw that it continued. That horrifying lightning fluctuation and that surging demonic qi did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After waiting for a long time, the people in the distance no longer looked at them. They all found a place to sit down cross-legged and cultivate on their own. Everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts. In this space, whether it was the people of the Rock Emperor's side or the devil gods and devil emperors of the devil religion, all of them were improving rapidly. If the living beings of this world could not accumulate more power, they would face an even more terrifying situation after the devil gods completely recovered. No one wanted to see such a situation. Time continued to pass, but no one cared about the passage of time. Everyone's goal was the same. They wanted to break through to a higher level in this place where there was no suppression and obtain more power. This scene continued. The lightning radiance emitted by the people of the Dew family and the vast devil chi of the devil religion were two completely different colors that reflected each other's brilliance. It was a terrifying scene. At the same time, not only in this space, but also in the outside world, the weather began to change because of what was happening here. In one of the realms of the three continents Kyushu, a strange scene appeared high in the sky. Countless living beings walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the azure sky and the clouds that filled the sky were separated from the middle. One side flashed with lightning, bright and dazzling, while the other side was filled with scarlet clouds, dark and gloomy with a fishy smell. The scene on both sides was vast and had the power to destroy the world. The lightning and the red clouds constantly collided and rubbed against each other. The violent collisions caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. In such a collision, endless energy was shattered and annihilated. At the same time, a portion of the shattered energy formed a destructive storm that swept through everything. What happened? Why is it like this? This is too terrifying. Is the end of the world coming? The devil religion. It must be the devil religion. The devil religion's massacre has begun. Run. Where can we run to? If the devil gods don't die, no one in this world can escape. Countless living beings were in a panic and trembling. Among the weaker living beings, there was a sudden uproar. All of them fled for their lives, but they were like headless flies. They did not know where they could really hide. Is the great calamity about to begin? In the sky above the stone city in the desolate country, an old man floated in the air with a worried expression. Is that lightning radiance because of him? Beside the old man stood a beautiful woman. She was also looking up at the sky, her beautiful eyes rippling with unconcealable emotions. The woman's gaze seemed to be able to see through the boundless space and see a certain figure. In today's world, other than that kid, I can't think of anyone else who can compete with the devil religion. The old man replied. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. I hope that after this, the scenery in this world will remain the same as before. Is this possible? Chapter 26:32. In the Kyushu realm of the three continents, strange phenomena continued to appear. Other than the fear of many creatures, there were also many people who were extremely excited. Lord Demon God is recovering quickly. He must have found the item to recover. Our devil religion is destined to rise. How many years have we waited? It's been too long since Lord Demon God left and went to the demon realm to find the item to recover. Kikik. Isn't that so? Can we finally start killing? Gather all the members of our devil religion and wait for Lord Demon God to return. Be prepared to kill at any time. The members of the devil religion began to gather. Each of them rubbed their fists and prepared to attack. This commotion was noticed by all the living beings in the area. After the initial panic, many of them gradually calmed down and began to plan everything. The school of vertical and horizontal. The strange phenomena between heaven and earth naturally attracted their attention. Just as the members of the school of vertical and horizontal were restless, a terrifying commotion came from within the school of vertical and horizontal. Buzz, a terrifying wave spread out and rushed in all directions. In an instant, it swept across the entire territory of the school of vertical and horizontal. In this moment, everyone felt a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out around them. It filled every inch of space, causing all the members of the school of vertical and horizontal to be shocked. They found it difficult to breathe and were about to stop. This feeling was as if a terrifying person had been sleeping for countless years and had suddenly awakened. The Forbidden Land. The commotion is coming from the Forbidden Land. Soon, someone realized that the commotion in the entire school of vertical and horizontal came from their Forbidden Land. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure rushed out from the endless mountains. Like a firework, it soared into the sky. At a certain moment, the figure that had soared into the sky abruptly stopped in midair, as if it had suddenly been stuck. Ancestor, the ancestor of our school of vertical and horizontal, has awakened and broken out of seclusion. An expert from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted excitedly. Greetings, ancestor! Greetings, ancestor! Everyone knelt down in an instant and kowtowed to the figure like a tsunami. Has the great calamity finally arrived? The old man did not pay any attention to the greetings of the younger generation. Instead, he stared blankly at the sky, at the lightning and red clouds that each occupied half of the sky. The devil god has recovered, and the great calamity has arrived. The 9 cauldrons have yet to be assembled, and the 9 families will not come out. Isn't this situation perfect? The old man stared at the sky as he muttered to himself. Pass the order. Quickly contact the Realm Master clan and tell them that the devil god has recovered. After watching for a long time, the old man suddenly spoke again. His voice was loud, and it spread through the entire house of vertical and horizontal. Yes, ancestor. After that, without saying anything else, numerous figures moved through the air and directly charged into the Zongheng family. The suppression of heaven and earth has been removed. As long as we can leave this place, it doesn't matter if this world is destroyed. This time, my school of vertical and horizontal will not be controlled by anyone. The old man's eyes flashed as he felt the terrifying power in the world. However, he was looking forward to something else. Similar scenes were playing out at almost the same time in legalism, Buddhism, and other places. Many ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years came out and sighed at the sky. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire family responded. Not only the 9 great families, but in various places in this world, the various sects, families, and other forces all made their move. Desolate country. Stone city. Those who strike first gain the advantage, those who strike later suffer. In the huge square outside the palace, Murong Yorua said softly, "The people of the devil religion are waiting for the devil god to return and sweep through this world with an unstoppable force. As for us, we can't wait any longer." On the side, Medicine Saint Yi Wuming said in a deep voice, "Order all the disciples of the desolate country to declare war on the devil religion." Ancient Heaven Sect. Disciples of the Ancient Heaven Sect, the devil god has recovered, and the great calamity has arrived. Are you ready? Venerable Golden Rock, Sima Taxing, Gu Qingyang, and other experts stood in the air and shouted loudly, shaking the world. We're ready. Below, countless disciples raised their swords and sabers, their auras like rainbows. Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy, prepare for war. Bai Mingfeng stood in front of the main hall and looked at the many students below as he spoke loudly. Fight! 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 Tingemo, Zhang Yishan, Huang Xiaofeng, Yu Yu, and the others all shouted loudly. Sacred Palace. The majestic main hall opened with a creaking sound as Lin Feng walked out and stood under the tall and wide door. He faced the countless disciples in the square and said loudly, "The devil religion has made its move. In order to protect the safety of the human race, what should the disciples of the sacred palace do? We will not hesitate to drink blood on the battlefield. We will follow the human emperor and senior brother Lin Feng to slaughter the gods and subdue the demons. Drink blood on the battlefield. Slaughter the gods and subdue the demons. Drink blood on the battlefield. Slaughter the gods and subdue the demons." Many young experts shouted loudly, their hearts filled with hot-bloodedness. "Follow me and kill!" Lin Feng shouted and immediately charged out. Such scenes were playing out one after another in various parts of the world. The people of the major forces and the devil religion soon clashed. Not long after the strange phenomenon appeared, this world was suddenly engulfed in the flames of war. With my blood, strengthen my Kyushu. Eliminate the devil religion. Kill the demonic god. Countless creatures howled and charged into the battlefield with murderous intent. While the people of the devil religion were waiting for the return of the demonic god, a great war began. Let's kill. Many experts of the devil religion laughed sinisterly. After being caught off guard at the beginning, the people of the devil religion reacted quickly and began to fight against the creatures of this world. Kill, kill, sabers and swords collided, blood and fire mixed, and a song of death suddenly sounded in this world. Countless creatures fought with all their might with bloodshot eyes. Almost at every moment, whether it was the people of the devil religion or the experts of the other major forces, someone was bleeding or dying at any time. The weapons roared and shattered everything. Hot blood spilled and dyed the earth red. Heads rolled and piled up into mountains. All the creatures began to go crazy. Their hair danced in the wind, and the weapons in their hands glowed as they began to fight for a long time. Kill, the creatures roared, and the weapons were boiling. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another like a tsunami. The mountains were breaking, the rivers were drying up, the void was shattering, and the earth was shaking violently. The forests that were full of vitality and the majestic buildings were all reduced to ashes in the terrifying collision. Everywhere, the broken walls were soaked in scarlet blood. Chapter 26:33. A great battle broke out in this world. Above the sky, the sea of lightning and the red clouds, each occupying half of the sky, also began to collide fiercely. Two completely opposite forces of energy roared and surged, shaking the entire universe. Expanse after expanse of space was being annihilated and collapsed. Terrifying energy swept across the sky and earth. Killed below, countless creatures were shouting and fighting. Domain, venerable, and emperor-level experts were all involved in the battle. Heaven and earth were overturned, mountains and rivers were in mourning. Indomitable bodies fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Corpses piled up like mountains, and scarlet blood flowed like a river. However, Du Xiaofu and the people of the devil religion, who were in the strange space, were unaware of this doomsday-like scene. At this moment, each of them was at the most critical moment. In this space, no one knew exactly how many years had passed. The thunderbolts that were emitted from the bodies of Du Xiaofu and the other members of the Du clan gathered into a sea of lightning that permeated the sky. The demonic aura that was emitted by the 8 great demon emperors and the rest occupied a spot. Their auras were vast and mighty, and it seemed as though they were trying to compete with each other. The two auras were vast and boundless, majestic and magnificent. For a moment, it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that although the sea of lightning was incomparably ferocious, its overall aura was slightly inferior to the devil chi released by the dozens of people of the devil religion. Looking at the devil god, other than the scene of hell that had condensed around his body, there were no overly terrifying fluctuations being released. All his aura seemed to be restrained, and it was not as vast and terrifying as Du Xiaofu, the 8 great demon emperors, and the others. However, if Du Xiaofu were to wake up at this moment, with his cultivation, he would definitely be able to discover that the devil god's aura had risen to an extremely terrifying level. In the distance, numerous living beings with slightly weaker cultivations had retreated a long time ago, and they sat down cross-legged to cultivate while ignoring the ceaseless passage of time. After an unknown period of time, a heart-palpitating movement suddenly came from the direction of the devil religion. Buzz, 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 with the 8 great devil emperors leading the devil religion, an even more vast devil chi fluctuation suddenly surged out of the bodies of the dozens of people from the devil religion. Under the vast expanse of demonic chi, the void trembled. Rumble, demonic chi surged and exploded with a thunderous roar. A vast aura circulated, shuttling back and forth among the devil religion crowd, wreaking havoc. At the same time, the strength of those dozens of people was rapidly increasing, and their auras became more and more terrifying. Not long after this scene appeared, all of a sudden, A boom was heard, and the terrifying might of lightning spread out. Everyone from the Du family, the sea of lightning that was intertwined together suddenly exploded, exploding into a ball of brilliant light that scattered in all directions. Bolts of lightning struck and swept across everything. Similar to the situation on the devil religion's side, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, and the others' auras also skyrocketed rapidly. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaowang, Zhen Qingchun, Yi Piaoling, Zi Xian, Jialo Jueyu, and the others also had a huge fluctuation. Breakthrough. The Rock Emperor and the others are about to break through. What a terrifying aura! What a terrifying power! Are they about to break through to the heavenly saint realm? The aura on the devil religion side is even more terrifying than that of the Rock Emperor and the others. In the distance, many experts had long been alarmed. Hundreds of people came out of their closed-door cultivation and looked at the scene in fear. No one doubted that if they were in the center of that energy, they would be crushed into ashes in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, this scene did not last for long. Soon, they all saw that whether it was the devil religion's side, the Du family's side, Zi Xian, Jialo Jueyu, or the others, the boundless aura around them suddenly shrank and rushed into their bodies. In the next moment, almost everyone opened their eyes at the same time. Qi La numerous gazes and auras penetrated the void as if they were real. Everyone's aura was restrained, and it was difficult to see any fluctuations outside their bodies. However, each of them was just sitting there, but they gave people a feeling that they were one with this space. Xiaofu. Brother. Boss. Dad. Rock Emperor. Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Jueyu, and the others quickly gathered around Du Xiaofu's side. Boss, I still can't see through your strength. You should be in the saint stage, right? Du Xiaoyao walked up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a burning gaze and asked hopefully. In his perception, the aura on his boss's body was much more restrained than before. Even with the powerful primordial spirit of the red-bone horse monkey, he could not see through it. That's right. Du Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Saint stage. Everyone was slightly taken aback, but they weren't too surprised. They all knew that Du Xiaofu had already reached the half-step heavenly saint stage, and he was only a step away from the real heavenly saint stage. It was not surprising that he had broken through to the heavenly saint stage now. You're not bad either. You're actually a half-step heavenly saint. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao and could not help but say with some surprise. Although Du Xiaoyao looked very ordinary at this moment, she could not hide from Du Xiaofu's perception. They've all improved a lot. As he said that, Du Xiaofu naturally looked at the group of people around him. His primordial spirit spied on their auras, and he could not help but be shocked. These people's auras were all restrained, but they could not escape from Du Xiaofu's perception. Half-step heavenly saint stage. So many half-step heavenly saints. The situation that Du Xiaofu saw with his primordial spirit shocked him more and more. Under his perception, he found that Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Jueyu, Zi Xian, Du Xiaowang, and the others had all stepped into the half-step heavenly saint stage. This kind of improvement is too terrifying. Du Xiaofu murmured, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. All of this was caused by the uniqueness of this space. Here, everyone did not have that kind of suppressive force, as if they had broken free from some kind of shackle, and broke free from the invisible shackles between heaven and earth. In addition, the people around him were all extraordinary people. Naturally, this kind of improvement was much more abnormal than in the outside world. However, such a large-scale improvement, no matter how one thought about it, was unbelievable. It was like a dream. Dad, I'm not slower than you. Just as Du Xiaofu was shocked, a little girl's voice rang in his ears. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the voice. When his gaze landed on little Xingxing, his heart could not help but tremble violently. Heavenly Saint stage. Under the detection of his primordial spirit, he found that little Xingxing had already stepped into the Heavenly Saint stage. Vaguely, Du Xiaofu could feel that the little body that looked only 12 or 13 years old was constantly resonating with some kind of power between heaven and earth. The rhythm that Du Xiaofu felt while he was in a trance caused him to involuntarily feel a little apprehensive at this moment. After little Xingxing received the inheritance left behind by her biological father, the dragon god, in the dragon world, she had advanced rapidly. At this time, she had even stepped into the Heavenly Saint stage. This made Du Xiaofu feel extremely shocked. At the same time that he was shocked, he was also very happy. There are so many half-step Heavenly Saints, plus the two Heavenly Saints, Xiaofu and little Xingxing. I wonder if they can deal with the upcoming calamity. Sacred Array Child Jin Qinchun suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the people around him suddenly sank, and they instantly woke up from their excitement. If they wanted to deal with the calamity, they would have to face the demon god and the followers of the devil religion. What kind of cultivation realm are the people of the devil religion in now? Du Xiaofu said softly. He turned and looked in the direction of the people of the devil religion. As soon as he looked around, his gaze collided with two gazes opposite him. Du Xiaofu. Among the 8 demon emperors, the great demon emperor's deep and hoarse voice rang out. The first thing he did was to look at the purple-robed figure across from him. Great demon emperor! Du Xiaofu naturally felt the great demon emperor's gaze and could not help but look at the petite figure. At this time, the great demon emperor was very different from before. The demon chi that usually surrounded his body was no longer there, and his true appearance was revealed. It was a short and delicate person, who looked like a woman. However, his face was completely pale, and there was no trace of blood, so it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. A strange pattern was branded on half of his pale face. It twisted and turned as if it was drawn by a brush, and it was indescribably strange. 2 ink-black eyeballs were embedded in his pupils, and there was no distinction between the pupils and the whites of his eyes. They looked dark and deep. You've really reached the Heavenly Saint realm. The great demon emperor looked at Du Xiaofu, and there was not much fluctuation in his tone. It seemed that he was not too surprised by this. Before entering this place, the purple-robed young man was already a half-step Heavenly Saint. However, because he had just grasped a small amount of the true meaning of the laws, he had not stepped into the Heavenly Saint realm in one go. After a long period of continuous comprehension, everything was just a matter of time. Is he also a Heavenly Saint? Looking at the great demon emperor, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene. Before entering the foggy space, Du Xiaofu had fought 9 great demon emperors alone with the strength of a half-step Heavenly Saint, and he had not been at a disadvantage. Among them was the great demon emperor. At that time, the great demon emperor was only at the peak of the consummate saint realm. However, at this time, in this space without any suppression, the great demon emperor had also stepped into the Heavenly Saint realm after an unknown period of time. He was not inferior to Zhou Bao at all. However, just as Du Xiaofu was shocked, this feeling suddenly became more intense. 2nd Demon Emperor, 4th Demon Emperor, 5th Demon Emperor. He glanced at the lineup of the devil religion and was shocked to find that, except for the great demon emperor, the remaining 7 demon emperors had also reached the Heavenly Saint realm. 8 Heavenly Saints. How could there be so many of them? Du Xiaofu's eyes became extremely deep, and the seriousness in his heart had never been deeper than at this moment. The 8 demon emperors had all reached the Heavenly Saint realm. In the foggy space, if he had not killed the 3 demon emperors, they would have been 9 Heavenly Saints now. This kind of strength was too terrifying when compared to his own side. Du Xiaofu, you are no longer qualified to be arrogant in front of us. The 9-demon emperor stepped out and looked at Du Xiaofu with his cold eyes. He was overbearing. Early on in the Snow Spirit Mountain, he was killed by Du Xiaofu. However, a trace of his devil spirit escaped and was finally revived by the secret technique of the Lord Demon God. He had long hated Du Xiaofu to the core. Previously, Du Xiaofu was one step ahead of everyone and had stepped into the half-step Heavenly Saint realm, leaving the other demon emperors far behind. Now, in this space, they had all improved greatly. The distance between them and Du Xiaofu was rapidly narrowing until they were almost the same. Under such circumstances, the 8 demon emperors no longer had any fear in their hearts when facing the purple-robed young man. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's voice was cold. After glancing at the 9 demon emperors, he glanced at the rest of the people of the devil religion. There don't seem to be many half-step heavenly saints in the lineup of the devil religion, except for the demon god and the 8 demon emperors. There were dozens of people left. Although all of them had improved tremendously, they were not that terrifying. Among them, there were only about 10 people who had reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, which was not much different from his side. Among these 10 people, the ones that Du Xiaofu was most familiar with were Moksha and Mo Lingzi, which surprised him a little. It should be known that the cultivation of these 2 people was not particularly strong before, but they had improved so much all of a sudden. How could it not be impressive? However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, in this place where there was no suppression, and with the help of the demon god, it was not too unbelievable that the people of the devil religion could improve so much. The demon god still hasn't made a move. In the end, Du Xiaofu's eyes fixed on the demon god's body. He saw that the figure, which was taller than a mountain, was still standing there quietly. His aura fluctuated slowly. Although it was not vast and terrifying, it was still very vigorous. With a single glance, Du Xiaofu was able to detect that the interior of that body definitely contained the most terrifying energy. It was definitely not something that the current him could shake. When we were in the primordial age, we had already far surpassed the saint realm. How can you, Du Xiaofu, be compared to us? It's just that we were suppressed in this world, and we were sealed for countless years. Only now did we recover in this space. Today is the day of your death. This place will also be your burial ground. Suddenly, the 2nd demon emperor stepped out from the crowd of the devil religion and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 26:34. The 2nd demon emperor took a step forward and immediately broke away from the devil religion's formation. He was now dozens of feet away from Du Xiaofu. He waved his hand in the air, and a strange aura came out. In an instant, it exploded in front of Du Xiaofu. The space in the air suddenly exploded, and fragments flew in all directions. Immediately after, a huge demonic claw stretched out horizontally, aiming at Du Xiaofu's body and fiercely clawed down. On this demonic claw, there were dense black scales that emitted a chilling light. The sharp nails on the front of the 5 fingers pierced the air, carrying a peerless and sharp edge, as if they could pierce through everything. Even the current Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. It's very strong. It has a kind of space power. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he made his move. His purple robe fluttered, and his figure retreated at the same time. You want to compete with the law of space? I can do that too. These words left Du Xiaofu's mouth. After that, his hands suddenly swiped through the air, and the power of space moved along with it. At this moment, the air was like a boundless sea. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the sea water rushed into 9 waves, surging violently. Suddenly, the entire space was thrown into chaos. Waves of spatial turbulence rose like hurricanes, spreading out and colliding with each other, converging into a spatial storm that swept in all directions. The experts beside Du Xiaofu and in the distance, as well as the people of the devil religion, except for the 8 demon emperors, were like a small boat in a boundless tide, moving up and down along with the fluctuations of space. What a terrifying law of space! Resist it! Within the devil religion, Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and the others unleashed all their strength at the same time to resist the spatial energy. They didn't retreat into the distance because as long as they were in this space, they wouldn't be able to avoid this boundlessly violent spatial storm. You're not weak, but let's see how you're going to fight me. The second demon emperor shouted. Under his control, the huge demon claw moved across the sky and wreaked havoc in the space storm. It left a pitch-black shadow in its wake as it flashed and disappeared. With each flash, the demon claw would appear in a different location, recklessly moving in and out of the turbulent space, dodging again and again without much hindrance. Occasionally, when it collided with the weak spatial turbulence, it would be instantly crushed. Even if you have reached the heavenly saint level, you are still no match for me, Du Xiaofu said coldly. His arm moved horizontally and the space laws were mobilized. A different kind of rhythm instantly appeared, rippling outwards. Then, the spatial turbulence that had stirred up this area suddenly stagnated, as if it had been solidified and stopped there. In this space, regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or those from the devil religion, except for little Xingxing and the few demon emperors, everyone below the saint realm felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if the air had stopped flowing, and they couldn't even breathe. It was suffocating. Crack, crack, crack. The demon claw's speed was greatly reduced, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Every inch it moved forward would cause a sound, like the sound of porcelain breaking. What followed was the destruction of the frozen spatial storm, and it turned into fine powder that rained down from the sky. God-binding grip! Du Xiaofu shouted softly. He stretched out one hand and his 5 fingers moved slightly. Facing the huge demon claw, he clenched it fiercely. Boom! A terrible explosion was heard, and the space shook violently. It filled every part of the solidified space. It was as if it had been hit by a strong force, and it shattered like a mirror, and it fell with a crash. The demon claw in the center was also crushed by this powerful force, and it turned into pieces. Puff, puff, in this shock, the experts from the devil religion, who had not reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, all spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The suffocating feeling receded, and the qi and blood in their bodies began to churn. Behind Du Xiaofu, the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, were all fine. Under his deliberate control, the power of space didn't affect them. The void that had lost Du Xiaofu's control quickly returned to its original state. What terrifying strength! Is this the heavenly saint realm? The law of space is so miraculous. The Rock Emperor is so powerful. The second demon emperor is also very strong. Even though the great Rock Emperor has used such means, he hasn't been injured at all. The second demon emperor alone is so difficult to deal with. There are still 7 demon emperors over there. Among us, only the Rock Emperor and his daughter can fight against the 8 demon emperors. The situation is not optimistic. This battle is going to be difficult. That's right. There is still the demon god. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover. Once the demon god fully recovers, the situation will be even worse. The hundreds of people behind Du Xiaofu were shocked, and their hearts trembled at the strength of these 2 people. They could feel that the spatial power that Du Xiaofu had mastered was extremely terrifying. It was as if the area between heaven and earth was a ripe persimmon that he could hold in his hand and crush at will. However, although this kind of strength made everyone feel shocked, it did not erase the worry in their hearts. They only had 2 heavenly saints on their side, while the devil religion had 8 people. If the disparity in strength was too great, they could not help but feel worried. What's more, the godfiend was still recovering. It wouldn't take long for him to wake up and start a massacre. You do have some skills, but they are not enough. The second demon emperor sneered. He waved his arm gently, and the vibrating force was pushed back. It did not cause any damage to his body. Then, his demonic body suddenly moved, and he walked through the void. With every step he took, surging demonic chi rose from his body. In an instant, the space was filled with a strange aura. This aura was filled with endless killing intent and blood, and it was extremely ferocious. Violent demonic chi rose and combined to form the shape of a giant beast. Its body was incomparably huge, several times larger than the demonic god not far away. Just by occupying the void, it gave people a strong sense of oppression, as if it was going to fill up the entire space. Roar! The giant beast let out a low roar, and as it opened its bloody mouth, a fishy smell rushed out. The space was corroded, and dense black holes appeared. A pair of blood-red eyes, which were like two bloody suns, were ferocious and horrible. "Evil creature, how dare you be so fierce?" Du Xiaofu shouted softly. Then, with a flash of purple-gold light, he held the purple-gold heavenly sword in his hand. Du Xiaofu held the broadsword with both hands, raised it high above his head, and a ferocious aura instantly condensed. Buzz, a vast sword radiance was formed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown how thick it was, but it was like a pillar that could hold up the sky and penetrate the earth, releasing a domineering aura. Roar! Around the sword radiance, the illusory figures of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise appeared. They occupied the void, separated into four directions, and roared fiercely. A terrible aura spread out and permeated every inch of the space. Roar! On the opposite side, when the giant beast condensed by the second demon emperor saw this scene, it let out an even more ferocious roar. 2 rows of ferocious fangs were stretched out, which was eerie and horrible. Emptiness between heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, he waved his hands downward, and the sword radiance moved along with the momentum and slashed down rapidly. The law of space was added to the sword radiance. On the way down, the sword radiance shook the air and fell on the head of the giant beast. What was more strange was that among the 4 illusory figures of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the fiery red vermilion bird inexplicably became real at this moment. Shriek! The vermilion bird flapped its wings, flashing and moving in the void. After opening and closing its sharp beak, it spat out a terrible flame, which burned through the void and spread to the position of the giant beast. Roar! Seeing this, the giant beast roared and opened its ferocious mouth, as if it wanted to cover the sky. After the giant mouth opened, it was even bigger than its body, as if it could swallow this part of the space. The bloody and violent murderous aura filled the air, and then it was suddenly sucked into its stomach. A powerful suction force burst out in an instant, sweeping up everything. Whether it was Du Xiaoyao and the others, or the people of the devil religion, many of them were directly sucked into the giant mouth. "Oh no, retreat quickly!" Everyone panicked and felt their hearts trembling. One by one, they were sent flying away, completely out of their control. No one doubted what kind of miserable ending they would face once they were sucked into the giant beast's stomach. Come back! In this situation, little Xingxing and the other demon emperors on the opposite side took action. Unparalleled forces swept out and dragged the experts of their side back. After the power of the heavenly saint realm spread out, it stabilized the void and isolated the horrifying suction force. On the other side, Du Xiaofu's sword light and the flames spat out by the vermilion bird almost fell at the same time. Both of them were domineering and powerful. After the giant beast opened its mouth and sucked, both the sword light and the flames were distorted. Terrifying cracks appeared on the sword light and the raging flames. Then, they shattered and exploded. Pieces of energy flew into the giant mouth and were annihilated. The sword light and the flames seemed to be torn apart by a great force, as if they were about to be destroyed. When they really landed on the giant beast's body, the two attacks were already full of cracks and were beyond recognition. At least half of their power had been lost. However, in the end, the remnant sword light and flames still struck the giant beast's body. Boom! Chi! Chi! The giant beast's body was hit by the sword light, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and the entire world began to tremble. A terrifying wound appeared on the giant beast's body. It stretched across its entire body as if it was going to be cut in half. In the next moment, monstrous flames descended and wrapped around the body. The terrifying temperature spread and burned a black hole in the void. The huge beast's body turned red in an instant, like a piece of cooked iron. Not long after, it exploded with a bang. Poof! The giant beast's body exploded and turned into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. The devil Chi burned in the fierce and domineering flames, making sizzling sounds. In the end, everyone's energy was destroyed and disappeared into the void. Is this a battle between heavenly saints? I feel like I don't even have time to react under such an attack. How terrifying! It's really too terrifying. Only a powerhouse like the Rock Emperor could have such strength to compete with the Demon Emperor. Many people in the Kyushu region of the 3 continents spoke in a daze. Humph! The second Demon Emperor snorted coldly. His aura suddenly shrank, and he stared at Du Xiaofu in front of him. After a round of fighting, neither of them was greatly shaken. On the opposite side, the purple-robed young man had put away his sword. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Rosefinch, and Black Tortoise had all returned to the purple-gold Heavenly Palace. However, Du Xiaofu's body was faintly surging with a fierce aura, which showed that he was ready to attack again at any time. A Demon Emperor at the Heavenly Saint stage is really difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu's heart was heavy, and his eyes were full of ferocity. One Demon Emperor was already so difficult to deal with. If the remaining 7 Demon Emperors attacked together, the situation would be even worse. Boy, no matter how profound your cultivation is, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes today, the second Demon Emperor said in a cold voice. His murderous aura filled the void. Second brother, don't waste time. Just as the second Demon Emperor was about to attack again, a gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. Then, the great Demon Emperor's petite body moved horizontally in the void and came to the second Demon Emperor's side. Lord Demon God will recover at any time. Let's not waste any more time, the great Demon Emperor said softly. His pupilless eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and the hundreds of people behind the purple-robed young man. Let's attack together and solve the trouble here. Together, these people could be considered to be all the power in this world. After killing all of them, no one can pose a threat to our devil religion. The great Demon Emperor swept his gaze across the field and said in a gloomy voice, "That's right. They're gathering here because they're looking for death. It will save us the trouble of searching for them one by one. As long as we kill them all, no one can stop the rise of our devil religion. Even if Lord Demon God doesn't attack us, this world is already in the pocket of our devil religion." The 4 Demon Emperors stepped forward and said word by word. Chapter 26:35. The words of the great Demon Emperor and the 4 Demon Emperors resounded in the space and entered everyone's mind. The experts from the 3 continents and Kyushu region all felt their hearts tighten. Many of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even Du Xiaofu's face became terrifyingly gloomy. Are they finally going to attack together? Du Xiaofu mumbled as he felt an immense pressure. The situation in this world had never been as serious as it was now. The 8 Demon Emperors were 8 heavenly saint powerhouses. If they were to attack together, it would be a great threat to Yi Shiwen's side. Just as the 4 Demon Emperors had said, Although the demon god had not fully recovered and awakened, the 8 of them could completely crush all the powerhouses from the 3 continents and the 9 continents and the 9 continents. Even though Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jueyu, and the others had already stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, they were still far from enough to deal with the joint forces of several demon emperors. One second demon emperor was already so difficult to deal with. He and Little Xingxing, 2 heavenly saints, could only hold back 2 of them. With the addition of the other half-step heavenly saint experts from the devil religion, the situation was completely one-sided. The few hundred people here were the peak forces of this world. If most of them were to perish here, then the devil religion would have no more resistance in this world, and it would definitely sweep through this world with an unstoppable force. So what if he's a heavenly saint? None of the Du family disciples are afraid of death. Today, let's have a battle with them. Among the crowd, Du Yunlong said aloud. As he spoke, his whole body was covered in lightning, and it curled around his body. After that, everyone only heard a dang sound. The desolation-hallowed bell rushed out and entrenched itself in the void, emitting a terrifying and heavy aura. Well said. This battle was unavoidable. Sooner or later, they would have to face it. Even if we die, we must make the devil religion pay the price. A light flashed in Du Dingxuan's palm, and the long spear appeared in his hand. He looked at the devil religion's lineup, and his aura was domineering. How can we retreat in the face of devil religion? Since they want to fight, my farmer's clan will accompany them in a battle to their heart's content. The old man with the hoe said, "Let's fight. The disciples of Shang Zhou will never back down." Mu Jianxin from Shang Prefecture's Sa Meng sword sect stepped forward with his hands behind his back. His back was ramrod straight like a sharp sword. "That's right, we Taoists are willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. My scholarly faction is also willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. We, the golden-winged great rocks, will follow the young clan leader and fight to the death. The Phoenix clan is willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. I, a walking beast, am willing to follow Supreme Qilin and fight to the death. We of the demon realm vow to fight to the death. Tianwu Academy swears to fight to the death. We are willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. Fight to the death." In an instant, all the living beings from the 3 continents and Kyushu stepped forward. Every one of them was hot-blooded and their words were sonorous. Their sage artifacts glowed and surged with power. Unparalleled battle intent emanated from every single one of them, shaking the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. None of them backed down in the face of the devil religion. Instead, they all spoke with fervor and passion. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel extremely touched by this scene. At this moment, he understood that no matter how powerful the devil religion was or how terrifying the demon god was, there would always be countless living beings who were willing to risk their lives to fight against them. Let's fight. None of the living beings from the 3 continents and Kyushu are afraid of death. Du Xiaofu said these words through gritted teeth. Even though he knew the disparity in strength between them, he couldn't back down. Moreover, even if he wanted to retreat with everyone to preserve his strength, the devil religion wouldn't allow them to leave safely. Now they had no other choice but to fight. Heh 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 heh. All of you are tough. I'd like to see how long you can be tough in the face of absolute strength, the second demon emperor said with a cold smile in an extremely gloomy tone. After that, the great demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, and the 5th demon emperor, including the 2nd demon emperor, stepped out at the same time and moved toward Du Xiaofu and his companions. All of the demon emperors were exuding a vast amount of demonic qi, which was like a cloud of smoke and mist. Everyone from the devil religion, listen to my order. Attack with all your strength and kill all of them. Don't let any of them go, the great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. Then, he waved his scale-covered palm in the void and ordered the people from the devil religion behind him. Yes, sir. The remaining people from the devil religion shouted in unison. Then, all of them flew out. Their chi was intertwined with each other, covering the sky and the earth. These people's auras were as powerful as rainbows, and they moved with killing intent. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. Then, he stomped on the void and rushed toward the great demon emperor and the second demon emperor. Streaks of purple-golden light spread out from his body and covered his whole body. The green spirit armor appeared and shone brightly. Kill! Little Xingxing also shouted. Then, with a roar, his petite body changed instantly and returned to his original form of a dragon. His pair of wings flapped in the sky and shattered everything in all directions. His dragon claws tore the sky and the earth apart and destroyed everything. Kill! Kill! At the same time, hundreds of powerhouses, including Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaojing, the Confucian School, the Yin-Yang School, the Human Clan, the Beast Alliance, and the Walking Beast Alliance, all held divine artifacts in their hands and rushed toward the devil religion. Second brother, fourth brother, the three of us will work together to kill Du Xiaofu. Fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, kill that dragon together. Eighth brother, ninth brother, kill the rest of them and don't leave anyone alive. In the face of Du Xiaofu's actions, the great demon emperor shouted coldly. Yes. The fifth demon emperor, the seventh demon emperor, and the rest of the demon emperors responded and rushed toward Su Ke. Under the leadership of the great demon emperor, the second demon emperor and the fourth demon emperor joined forces and rushed toward Du Xiaofu directly. The fifth demon emperor, the sixth demon emperor, and the seventh demon emperor carried an unparalleled aura and rushed toward Little Xingxing. The remaining people, led by the eighth demon emperor and the ninth demon emperor, collided with the hundreds of people from the three continents, Kyushu and the other realms. Kill! A terrifying chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Both sides attacked with all their might. Every one of these hundreds of people was extraordinary. After cultivating in this special space, the people with the lowest cultivation base had reached the later stage of the sage realm. No matter if it was the devil religion or Du Xiaofu's side, it was the same for all of them. Destroy the devil religion. Kill! Many living beings shouted and rushed forward fiercely. Everyone's eyes were red. Holding swords and sabers in their hands, they rushed forward and swore to fight to the death. The killing has begun. Leave no one alive. Kill! The devil religion's side was also excited. Everyone's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 26:36. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying battle broke out in this space. Roar of the sacred sword. 8 desolation thunder. God-binding grip. Emptiness of heaven and earth. One after another, Du Xiaofu unleashed a series of ferocious and domineering attacks. The law of lightning and the law of space were unleashed consecutively. Violent thunderbolts roared, shattering the void. The space was like the sea, stirred by an invisible giant hand, setting off monstrous waves that charged straight ahead. The purple-gold heavenly palace shone brightly, and peerless sword rays slashed out, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Around Du Xiaofu, the first demon emperor, second demon emperor, and fourth demon emperor moved at the same time. The 3 heavenly saint powerhouses joined forces, and demonic chi billowed, condensing into one overbearing attack after another, crashing down on Du Xiaofu like a tsunami. At this time, both sides no longer held back, and used all their means. The 3 demon emperors' goal was simple. They wanted to end the battle quickly, and kill Du Xiaofu before Lord Demon God fully recovered. They wanted to eliminate the biggest threat of the devil religion. The enmity between both sides had accumulated for many years, and they wanted to end it today. The reality was just as the 3 demon emperors had expected. Even though Du Xiaofu was not weaker than any of them, under the joint forces of the 3 heavenly saint powerhouses, he could only fall into an absolute disadvantage. He could only defend himself and could not fight back. Du Xiaofu, you can't escape death today. Third brother died in your hands, so you'll pay for it with your life. The fourth demon emperor was like a peerless demon god who had stepped out from the netherworld. He held a blood-red scythe in his hand, slashing through the barrier of space and landing directly on Du Xiaofu's chest. Qi, the green spirit armor, was broken by the attack, and a long and narrow hole appeared on it, and its luster dimmed a little. Du Xiaofu's body was tainted by the sharpness of the fiend Qi. His flesh split open and purplish gold blood flowed. Fortunately, with his indestructible Xian body, although this attack had injured him, it did not affect him too much. Kill! The great demon emperor said in a gloomy and hoarse voice. A slender hand covered with scales broke through the lightning and fiercely scratched Du Xiaofu's back. Puqi, the purplish gold soft armor, was broken, and his flesh was torn apart. The wound was so deep that one could see his bones. Kill! Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows and shouted in a deep voice. Without wasting any time, the purple-gold heavenly palace swung from his chest to his back. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise moved along with him, repelling the demon Qi scythes and great demon emperor's claws respectively. After that, the four of them once again fell into an intense battle. On the other side, little Xingxing's situation was similar to Du Xiaofu's. The 5 demon emperors, the 6 demon emperors, and the 7 demon emperors attacked together and trapped her. They were also 3 demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm. Even though little Xingxing was the daughter of the dragon god and possessed the bloodline of the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird tribes, she could not contend with them head-on. However, it was difficult for the 3 demon emperors to do anything to her in a short period of time. In such a situation, Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing restrained 6 demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm. However, even so, the hundreds of powerhouses not far away from them were in imminent danger under the attack of dozens of people from the devil religion. Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, the little Qilin, Du Yunlong, and the other half-step heavenly saint powerhouses were entangled by dozens of half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion and could not get rid of them. The 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor, the 2 heavenly saint powerhouses, rushed into the hundreds of heavenly saint realm powerhouses. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Insignificant ants, go to hell. The 9 demon emperor laughed eerily and coldly. A ray of demonic qi shot out from his palm and was held in his hand like a waterfall. Then, he spun it and swept it across the void. Puff, 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 the bodies of the powerhouses exploded under the demonic qi waterfall and turned into a bloody mist. The mist lingered in the void and was absorbed by the waterfall, increasing its power. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had died under the 9 demon emperors' attack. The power of a heavenly saint was not something that an ordinary heavenly saint powerhouse could contend with. The gap between the two was too big. The 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperors' figures flashed and disappeared. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep as they killed wantonly. With every attack, the powerhouses of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm were reaped by the 2 demon emperors as if they were wheat being harvested. In just a few breaths' time, 40 to 50 people had died among the hundreds of heavenly saint realm powerhouses. No, this can't go on. Not far away, Du Xiaofu's mind was constantly on the other side. When he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his heart sink. The hundreds of powerhouses of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm were the pinnacle forces of this realm. They could not be slaughtered by the 2 demon emperors here. Otherwise, not to mention defeating the demon god, the devil religion would be able to sweep through this realm and kill all the living beings without the need for the 8 demon emperors to do anything. Du Xiaofu, you'd better take care of yourself first. The 4 demon emperors sneered. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was in a daze, the sickle in their hands slashed toward him again. Terrifying demonic qi rose and cut through the void. In an instant it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's chest. On the blade of the sickle, the light of death flickered and the demonic qi surged as if it could cut through all obstacles. Get lost! Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu let out a thunderous roar. Then, the purple-gold heavenly palace vibrated. The power of thunder and lightning and the power of space condensed into a fierce and peerless sword light, which collided with the sickle in the hands of the 4 demon emperors. Boom! A terrifying power exploded, and an unparalleled force swept out, shaking the entire area. Between the two of them, a large number of talismans and mysterious runes were shattered and scattered in the air. Du Xiaofu and the second demon emperor were both pushed back by each other, and they stood several thousand feet away. Humph! How can you fight against the 3 of us by yourself? The great demon emperor and the second demon emperor snorted coldly and moved instantly. Their bodies stretched out in the void, and they quickly pounced on Su Ke. 2 fierce attacks were formed in their hands and headed toward Du Xiaofu. Swoosh! The golden wings of the great Ping behind Du Xiaofu flapped, and a vast expanse of golden light poured out like a sun in the sky, enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. At the same time, the attacks of the great demon emperor and the second demon emperor had arrived, and they directly attacked the vast golden light. Swish! A terrifying power exploded, and the golden light was shattered with a single strike. It exploded in the void, and even the purple-robed figure was torn to pieces. Seeing this, the great demon emperor and the second demon emperor narrowed their eyes at the same time, and they did not feel happy at all. He ran away, the great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. The second demon emperor and the 4th demon emperor looked at each other. How could they not know what had happened? They knew Du Xiaofu very well. They knew that he had profound attainments in the law of thunder and the law of space, especially the law of space from the golden-winged rock clan, which was mysterious and unpredictable. The 3 demon emperors looked around and suddenly found that the purple-robed figure had already appeared in the distance. At the same time, in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents, where hundreds of powerhouses and dozens of people from the devil religion were fighting, the 9 demon emperor was recklessly charging into the crowd. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lowly human beings, go to hell. The 9 demon emperor swept the demonic qi in his hand and instantly attacked the crowd. Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianchen, Yu Jing Tongxian, and more than 10 people were the first to bear the brunt of this attack. The terrifying power of the heavenly saint was vast and mighty, and they could not even escape from it. Everyone's bodies seemed to be imprisoned and fixed in the void, and they could not break free. The powerhouses could only watch helplessly as the demonic qi cascaded down. As the aura descended, it carried with it a terrifying pressure that caused their bodies to begin to crack and blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianchen, Yu Jing Tongxian, and the others were all in despair. Under the 9 demon emperors' attack, they could not escape at all. The devil religion's calamity has just begun. Are we going to die here? Almost all of the powerhouses had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to accept this and wished that they could have more powerful strength to fight the devil religion to the death. They did not want to be like this, where they could not make any effective resistance in the face of the demon emperor's attack. Even if we die, we must not become nourishment for the devil religion. Mu Jianchen suddenly shouted, and a trace of viciousness climbed up his handsome face. When Bailey Wuya, Yu Jing Tongxian, and the others heard this, all of them were stunned for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, they all understood the meaning of this sentence. The devil religion's purpose of killing was to turn this world into a vast devil domain. They wanted to seize energy from mountains of corpses and seas of blood to increase their strength in the midst of misery and suffering. For the people of the devil religion, killing was the fastest and most effective way to cultivate. That was the case for the demonic god and the many demon emperors. Let's end ourselves. It's better than the energy after death to become nourishment for the people of the devil religion. Bailey Wia, Yujing Tongxian, and the others all understood. They gathered the energy in their bodies and wanted to end their lives. At the same time, they used their methods to destroy all the remaining energy to prevent it from being used by the people of the devil religion. Sword fire burns my body, burn my body! Mu Jianqin's face became ferocious, and sword energy surged all over his body. Unparalleled energy gathered in his body, wantonly colliding with his spirit gate and meridians. This violent and tyrannical power only needed to erupt once to shoot out countless sword flames, cutting his body into ashes. All of his energy would be burned away, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. However, just as he was about to end his own life, a cold shout rang in his ears. "Get out of my way!" These words came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. In front of Mu Jianqin's eyes, a purple-gold light flashed, and a figure appeared, blocking in front of them. A terrifying pressure spread out from the figure, suppressing their primordial spirit. Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuyao, Yujing Tongxian, and the others, who had gathered their energy to end their lives, were instantly suppressed. Rock Emperor! At this time, they also saw that the person who had appeared in front of them was Du Xiaofu. After using the Fuyao style to get rid of the Great Demon Emperor, the Second Demon Emperor, and the Fourth Demon Emperor, he directly appeared in front of the Ninth Demon Emperor. Sword breaks 10,000 miles. The purple-gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand emitted a clanging sound, and the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. A majestic sword radiance immediately formed and slashed at Geodemon Emperor's demonic chi stream. Boom! When the two forces collided, a terrifying explosion erupted. A terrifying black hole appeared in the center, like the giant mouth of a celestial demon, which could swallow everything. Powerful energy fluctuations rippled out, producing a rumbling sound that resembled a tidal wave. The entire space was trembling, and countless cracks in the void began to extend from the center of the black hole. It was like a dark abyss, spreading in all directions, like a huge spider web hanging in the void. The sword light and the demonic chi disintegrated in an instant, and the two opposite forces kept entangling, swallowing, and consuming each other. In the end, they turned into a large number of runes, which flew out like a group of dancing ants. So powerful! The Ninth Demon Emperor's body was knocked back by the attack, and he quickly flew into the distance. Du Xiaofu's body was also fluttering. The golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, and he stopped next to Bailey Wuya and the others. In such a head-on collision, he was actually on par with the Ninth Demon Emperor. After the other demon emperors had reached the heavenly saint realm, it was difficult for him to suppress them, so he could only fight to a standstill. "Thank you, Rock Emperor, for your help." Mu Jianqin, Yujing Tongxian, and the others cupped their fists and thanked Du Xiaofu. They were already prepared to die, but they did not expect Du Xiaofu to shake off the three demon emperors and come to their rescue. "I can't take care of everyone, so you must be careful." Du Xiaofu turned around and said in a low voice. Just as he said, with the several demon emperors holding him back, he could not spare too much effort to take care of hundreds of people. After shaking off the Great Demon Emperor, the Second Demon Emperor, and the Fourth Demon Emperor, the three demon emperors would be free to deal with the others. Under such circumstances, they would not be of any use. However, Du Xiaofu could not turn a blind eye to it, and he could not watch his friends die tragically in front of him. "Rock Emperor, you must be careful too. Just focus on dealing with the demon emperors, and don't worry about us." Mu Jianqin said softly. After retracting the sword chi in his body, he still looked fierce and resolute. He knew very well that Du Xiaofu could help them once, but it was impossible for him to take care of them all the time. They could only rely on themselves for everything. "Du Xiaofu, I'd like to see how you're going to save them all by yourself." At this moment, the eighth demon emperor, who was not far away, suddenly shouted. His demonic body moved horizontally in the void and suddenly crashed into the crowd of hundreds of heavenly saint realm experts. Chapter 26:37. Die! The eighth demon emperor shouted viciously as he threw out a palm strike. The vast demonic chi transformed into a dense mist and took shape. It turned into a huge palm the size of the sky and directly covered the figures of several powerhouses. Among these people, there was Jitsang, the ancestor of the Ji family from the ancient wilderness continent, Xiao Yao from the Overlord Python clan and Qi, who from the four-winged demonic snake clan from the Beast Alliance, as well as the demonic beast Earthwolf that Du Xiaofu had subdued, and so on. The huge demonic palm moved through the air. The demonic energy was vast and mighty, and the energy poured into the bodies of these people. Puff, 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 a series of muffled sounds reverberated. The bodies of several experts, who were at least at the late sage realm, instantly exploded before they could even react. In just an instant, the originally lively lives turned into clouds of blood mist, drifting in the void. Bastard! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. His eyes turned extremely red in an instant. Blood vessels filled his eyes. At this moment, an uncontrollable grief invaded his heart, causing his body to tremble non-stop. Many of those people were old friends that he was familiar with. However, they were all killed by the eighth demon emperor in just one move. Kiki. The weakest among them was at the late sage realm. How many years has it been since I last enjoyed such a tonic? The eighth demon emperor laughed sinisterly. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The surrounding blood mist moved and drifted into his mouth before being sucked into his stomach. After that, one could clearly sense that his strength had faintly increased by a sliver. Bastard! Bastard! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. In a flash, his body appeared in front of the eighth demon emperor again. I want you to die with them! He shouted angrily. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand hummed and emitted a sword light that pierced through the sky. It was as if it wanted to pierce through the sky and pierce the chest of the eighth demon emperor. At the same time, the law of space was activated. The void was like a pool of water that was shaking. Boom, boom, boom. An invisible power compressed and collapsed as if it had been frozen, tightly binding the eight demon emperors within it. Things are no longer the same as before. No matter how powerful you are, you still can't kill me. The eighth demon emperor licked his lips and glared at Du Xiaofu coldly as he raised his sword and charged toward him. His demonic body suddenly struggled, only to hear a caw-caw sound, and then with a bang, the frozen space directly broke into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, the eight demon emperors regained their freedom. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's sword light had already reached his chest. Seeing that he was unable to dodge the attack, a ruthless expression flashed across the eight demon emperor's eyes. If you want to hurt me, you'll have to pay the price yourself. Blood Fiend Demon Palm. With a buzz, the palm struck out horizontally. Blood Fiend Chi filled the air and transformed into an endless ferocious scene. There were ferocious ghosts fighting, spirits wailing, evil gods gnawing, and ferocious creatures slaughtering. When Du Xiaofu's sword light stabbed into the eight demon emperor's chest, the palm also landed on the purple-robed young man's chest. Chi bang, two sounds were heard one after another. The sword light in Du Xiaofu's hand directly pierced into the eight demon emperor's demonic body. The magnificent force tore the eight demon emperor's body apart, and demonic blood gushed out. The power of thunder and lightning coiled around and burned the demonic blood, turning it into wisps of black gas that drifted in the void. At the same time, the demonic palm that carried a terrifying force also imprinted on Du Xiaofu's chest. Under such a blow, his body flew out in an instant. His blue spirit armor was shattered and dissipated. A huge palm print was left on Du Xiaofu's chest. His flesh was charred and emitted black smoke. wisps of demonic qi coiled around his body and constantly eroded his immortal Xian body. Du Xiaofu. Dad! Rock Emperor! When the experts in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. One had to know that the hopes of all living beings were placed on this purple-robed young man. They did not know when it started, but Du Xiaofu's existence was like a cornerstone that supported the faith of all living beings. As long as he was around, no one in this realm would be in true despair. No matter how powerful the devil religion was, no matter how invincible the demon god was, it would not be able to break their fighting spirit. His safety was naturally linked to everyone's nerves. It is indeed terrifying. The golden wings of the great rock flapped, and a dense purple-gold light shone. Only then did Du Xiaofu's body come to a stop in the void. He looked at the 8 demon emperors in the distance, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Ha ha ha! How can you save the lives of so many people by yourself? At this moment, the voice of the second demon emperor rang out. Under the lead of the great demon emperor, he and the other 4 demon emperors, who had been shaken off by Du Xiaofu earlier, went to the side of the 8 demon emperors and stood side by side with them. If he wants to save them, then let him save them. I would like to see how many people he can save, the great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. His eyes, which did not have the scara, looked at Du Xiaofu, and no one could see any fluctuations in them. Du Xiaofu, since you don't want to fight with the 3 of us, then we will fulfill your wish. Kill all these people first, and then join forces to deal with him. The result will be the same. The 4 demon emperors raised their scythes and sneered. That's right. Let's keep a distance from each other and start a massacre here. Ha 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 ha. As the second demon emperor said that, he rushed out and rushed toward the group of experts from the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. Oh no! Du Xiaofu's heart sank. Instantly, he understood the intention of the 3 demon emperors. On the other side, only the 3 demon emperors were restrained by Little Star, but they had also put her in a difficult situation. If the 5 demon emperors on the other side did not want to fight with him and turn to attack the other experts on his side, they would be as powerful as tigers. The remaining few hundred people would not be able to withstand a few more attacks and would be completely wiped out. Your opponent is me, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. Without thinking, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in the path of the second demon emperor. The blood-red rage in his eyes gradually faded away, and he returned to his original appearance. His heart gradually calmed down, and he no longer lost his mind because of the deaths of Jitsong, Di Lang, and the others. He knew that it was too difficult to kill a demon emperor with his own strength when he was surrounded by so many experts. He absolutely could not lose sight of the bigger picture just because of hatred, and lose his sense of propriety. Great! Seeing Du Xiaofu intercepting them, the second demon emperor could not help but laugh. He said to the great demon emperor, the 4 demon emperors, and the others, I will hold off Du Xiaofu. You go and kill the rest of them. Don't leave anyone alive. As he spoke, the second demon emperor's body shook the sky, and a terrible force erupted from his body. In an instant, he collided with Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the great demon emperor, the 4 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, and the 9 demon emperors moved at the same time. The 4 heavenly saints attacked at the same time and swept toward the opposite group. Everyone, spread out and kill these people. In the process, the great demon emperor ordered in a gloomy voice, if Du Xiaofu wants to save people, let him save them. I don't believe that he can deal with the 4 of us at the same time. Understood. Hearing the great demon emperor's order, the 4 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, and the 9 demon emperors spread out and kept a certain distance from each other. With their strength, if Du Xiaofu wanted to save hundreds of experts, it was impossible for him to take care of the 4 of them at the same time. No matter how strong that kid was, He could not deal with any of the demon emperors in a short time and make them lose their fighting strength. In this way, he could only be exhausted and unable to take care of everything. Everyone form a joint attack formation. Seeing that the demon emperors had left him and were closing in on the experts of the 3 continents, Kyushu and the other heavenly saints, Du Xiaofu could not help but shout. A sword radiance was slashed out from his hand and forced the second demon emperor to retreat dozens of feet. Then, he stretched out his hand into the void and clenched it hard. The space in front of the great demon emperor moved, and terrible spatial folds appeared, wrapping the petite and strange body of the great demon emperor inside. Heavenly thunder punishment, open for me. Then, Du Xiaofu shouted again, and the law of thunder was activated. A peerless thunder and lightning beam came down from the sky and hit the heads of the 4 demon emperors directly. Purple thunder cauldron, go! Du Xiaofu waved his hand slightly, and the divine thunder cauldron rushed out from his body, dragging terrible purple gold thunder and lightning, to intercept the 8 demon emperors. Kill! The next moment, in a flash of golden light, Du Xiaofu disappeared and reappeared in front of the 9 demon emperor. Then, he slashed his sword at the 9 demon emperor again. All this happened in the blink of an eye. From the time he forced the second demon emperor to retreat, to the time he used the Fuyao style and appeared in front of the 9 demon emperor, it only took a moment. After this series of actions, the 5 demon emperors were temporarily delayed. Hurry up! Form a combined attack-defensive array. Du Xiaofu shouted at the hundreds of powerhouses. At this moment, if one was not calm enough and stubbornly persisted, one might have some hope of killing 1 or 2 Yimo emperors in a one-on-one situation. However, one would definitely be seriously injured and fall into a dangerous situation. It could even endanger one's life. Most importantly, when the rest of the demon emperors were free to attack, none of the hundreds of powerhouses would be able to survive. Otherwise, they would all be killed in a few moves. Only by combining the strength of all the powerhouses could they better compete with the devil religion, so as to avoid being defeated by the demon emperors one by one. Even if the array they had formed could not stop the slaughter of the Heaven Saint Demon Emperor, it could at least hold on for some time. Tisk, tsk. Du Xiaofu, there is no need to waste your energy. If I were you, I would just surrender. At this time, the second demon emperor had broken the sword radiance that Du Xiaofu had slashed out. Then, he got rid of the sword radiance and rushed toward the hundreds of powerhouses again. Set up the array. Under the command of Du Xiaofu, hundreds of powerhouses took advantage of the moment when the demon emperors were restrained. They quickly got rid of the powerhouses of the devil religion and gathered together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh among them, many spiritual talisman masters danced in the air and set up array flags around the hundreds of powerhouses. 6 Wheels Blood-Killing Array, set up. Yin-Yang Heaven Killing Array, set up. 9 Hells Devil Locking Array, set up. After the shouts, layers of arrays were set up instantly. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge energy shield. Everyone, let's attack together and pour our strength into the array. Hundreds of powerhouses kept pouring their strength into the array to increase its power. In this situation, no one was stingy with their Xian Qi, beast energy, and demonic Qi. They all attacked with their full strength, and unparalleled strength surged out. The vast energy gathered and condensed into a whole, exuding a monstrous power. In the energy shield, there was a powerful, sharp sword Qi and an overbearing, endless power. Various kinds of energy formed a powerful, thick defensive array. At the same time, it also carried a sharp way of attack, which could be used to attack and defend. That ferocious and heavy aura contained a sharp aura, indicating that even if it was an enemy below the heavenly saint realm, it would be able to suppress and kill them, and no one would be able to break it. However, their enemies were several demon emperors, all of whom had the strength of the heaven saint realm. No matter how many tricks you have, You are just putting up a desperate struggle. None of you will be able to stop the devil sex massacre. Let's kill. Just as the array was set up, the great demon emperor, the fourth demon emperor, the eighth demon emperor, and the ninth demon emperor also got rid of Du Xiaofu's attack and rushed toward the huge energy shield. Your opponent is me. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Seeing that the array was set up, he felt a little relieved. No matter what, it was better to gather the strength of hundreds of powerhouses than to be slaughtered by several demon emperors. He held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand and stepped forward. A sword ray formed again and slashed toward the great demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, today I must kill you. Seeing this, the second demon emperor turned around and flew towards Du Xiaofu, ignoring the people who were setting up the formation. At the same time, the fourth demon emperor moved again and surrounded Du Xiaofu. However, the eighth demon emperor and the ninth demon emperor still rushed toward the energy shield formed by the powerhouses. Kill! The grand devil emperor's claw swept through the sky, breaking through the boundless space and fiercely grabbing onto Du Xiaofu's sword light. After that, his palm moved along with his arm as he abruptly twisted. Bang! With a loud sound, the sword light was directly broken and shattered into pieces in the air. Du Xiaofu, give me your life! The second demon emperor and the fourth demon emperor bellowed as they lunged forward to fight Du Xiaofu together with the great demon emperor. TSK, TSK, TSK. These layers of formations don't look weak, but I wonder how many times they can withstand my attacks. On the other side, the eighth demon emperor said with a sinister smile. Staring at the huge energy shield, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his demonic eyes. Chapter 2638. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The eighth demon emperor moved swiftly. In a flash, he was already beside the energy barrier. Then, he gently raised his fist, and without thinking, he punched out in an ordinary manner, fiercely smashing it onto the energy shield. However, such a simple punch, which did not have the slightest bit of energy fluctuation, exploded with a loud bang when it hit the formation. Terrifying ripples spread out from the multicolored protective shield as it shook violently, as if it was about to shatter under this punch. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Then, cracks spread and climbed up the barrier. Many of the experts in the array spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. They were greatly shaken. This demon emperor is too scary. It was just a simple punch, but it only impacted the array so much. In the array, Hu Xuanhu of the Mo family said in horror, I don't know how long we can hold on if this continues. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan was also very worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. I'm afraid that if he attacks a few more times, the array that hundreds of us have formed with all our strength will be on the verge of collapse. Muchinga also spoke in a serious tone. No matter how long we can hold on, we must use all our strength to protect ourselves and prevent the Rock Emperor and the others from being distracted. Mu Jianchen said. Sword chi burst out from his body. As they spoke, they did not even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouth. Their auras rose, and the chi in their bodies flowed into the array. They could not bear to see the array slowly stabilize. Kaki, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the array? I'd like to see how long you can hide. Outside the array, the ninth demon emperor smiled coldly. He flew to the front of the array and raised his palm. Such a palm strike was very similar to the eighth demon emperor's punch from before. It still looked very ordinary, and there was not the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. It made people feel that it was no different from a person who had no cultivation at all. However, when the ninth demon emperor unleashed this attack, the hundreds of experts in the array widened their eyes. They did not dare underestimate this attack. Boom! The demonic palm finally hit the ground. On the rune array, huge waves were stirred up again. Like a colorful and transparent bubble, it was trembling and changing hideous shapes under the attack of a great force, as if it would explode at any moment. At the same time, the bodies of hundreds of experts shuddered and their blood chi surged as they each spat out a mouthful of black blood. Especially those spirit talisman masters who were controlling the formation. Everyone's face had turned pale and was frighteningly pale. Quick, control the formation. However, no one dared to slack off, and they all forcefully raised their chi to stabilize the grand formation. Let's attack together and kill these weak ants. The 8th Demon Emperor's devilish body soared through the air as he unleashed another vicious punch. Heh heh heh. Good, let's attack together. Let's see how long they can resist. The 9th Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly. Then, he and the 8th Demon Emperor separated from each other and threw out their palms at the same time. Quick! Gather the killing array and take the initiative to attack. Within the energy array, a powerhouse shouted. The next moment, under the control of hundreds of experts, a fierce aura rose from the entire array. Then 2 unparalleled sword essences were formed instantly and soared into the sky. Above the 2 sword essences, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the void to tremble. Endless roars of wind and thunder erupted as the 2 sword essences collided violently and swept out in all directions. The 2 sword essences slashed toward the 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor respectively. How dare you take the initiative to attack? However, it's all in vain. The power of the heavenly saint realm is not something that you lowly insects can fathom. The 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor snorted coldly at the same time. Then, their fists and palms, which were originally aimed at the energy array, turned toward the 2 sword essences. Even though their words were filled with disdain, their eyes were filled with seriousness when they faced the 2 sword essences that were extremely powerful. It should be known that this was an attack that was formed by the combined power of hundreds of Saint Stage experts. If the 2 sword essences were allowed to land on their bodies, even if their lives were not in danger, they would still be severely injured. Break it! The 2 demon emperors roared furiously. They did not dodge at all as their fists and palms collided with the 2 sword essences. Boom, 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 terrifying vibrations spread out. Under the attack of the 2 demon emperors, the 2 sword essences were shattered in an instant. Then, they turned into a wild energy storm that swept across the sky. Terrifying energy shot out like a torrential river, causing 2 extremely terrifying black holes to appear in the void. The endless storm swept out and destroyed everything. It was like a hurricane had swept past, causing the entire array to shake violently. Everyone in the formation, under this attack, all of their expressions became even more gloomy. Humph! How long can the 2 of you last with such exhaustion? Now, it's our turn. Black demonic chi rippled out from the 8 demon emperors' bodies, isolating them from the energy storm that filled the sky. Then, the 8 demon emperors twisted their bodies, rose up, and moved rapidly. In the next moment, they appeared outside the energy barrier again. Then, they threw a punch that shook the void and smashed down. Boom, crack, crack, amidst the deafening roar, the sound of something shattering could be heard. After the 7-colored light flashed on the array, it instantly dimmed a little. Among them, a layer of light directly faded away and dissipated into nothingness. The 9 Hells devil-locking array is broken. Everyone in the array spat out a mouthful of blood again. The blood pierced through the void, and everyone's expression became dispirited in the blink of an eye. The 8 demon emperors' actions were simply too fast. This time, no one in the array had the time to react. After the 2 sword essences were broken, the 8 demon emperors' attacks landed instantly. They did not even have the time to prepare to defend themselves. The outermost layer of the 9 Hells devil-locking array was destroyed by the attack, and the array flags were destroyed one by one. The spiritual talisman master who set up the array also suffered the greatest impact. After letting out a scream, his body exploded in the array and turned into a mist of blood. He died tragically on the spot. We can't take the initiative to attack anymore. The demon emperors are too powerful. We can't defeat them at all. If we continue to attack, it will consume too much of our energy. Continue to set up the array and defend with all our strength. Everyone in the array also realized the seriousness of the situation. They stopped attacking the array and replaced it with an array with stronger defensive power. Kill. The 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors shouted at the same time and attacked again. The demonic fists and demonic palms landed again and again fiercely, causing the array to shake uncontrollably. A series of deafening explosions rang out, accompanied by the sound of porcelain shattering, muffled groans, vomiting blood, and miserable screams. Layers of arrays and layers of defense were soon riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. None of the hundreds of people in the array could protect themselves. Their faces were pale, and their auras were weak. They had consumed a lot of energy. They were afraid that the array that they had set up with all their strength would be broken soon. At that time, all their lives would be in the hands of the 2 demon emperors. Not far away, Du Xiaofu, who was fighting with the first demon emperor, the second demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor, also noticed this scene. His heart couldn't help but become heavier and heavier. The devil religion is so powerful. Is there really no other way? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. He had expected that the hundreds of powerhouses on the other side, even if they joined forces, would not be able to contend with the 2 demon emperors directly. It was only a matter of time before the array was broken. But he didn't expect that under the fierce attacks of the 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors, the array that had gathered the strength of hundreds of people would be in danger of collapsing so quickly. At this time, he was pinned down by the 3 demon emperors and could barely take care of himself. He had no time to take care of those people. If he forcibly left the battlefield to deal with the 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors, it would undoubtedly give the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor an opportunity to attack the array. No matter what he did, it seemed that it would be difficult to change the outcome. Could it be that we can only watch as so many people perish here? A strong sense of powerlessness rose in Du Xiaofu's heart. Most of those people were his relatives and friends. They had come here because they were afraid that the demon gods would attack him. Therefore, they had come to help him. However, at this time, in the face of such a hopeless situation, he did not have enough strength to change everything. Du Xiaofu had never felt so powerless in his life. It was so powerless that it made his heart ache. Heh heh heh. You still have time to be distracted. Prepare to die. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling annoyed, the 4th demon emperor's sinister laughter came from the side. Then, he only saw a flash of blood-red light in front of his eyes. The blood-red sickle had slashed ruthlessly at his chest. Qi-la purple and gold blood splattered everywhere. His body was cut open from top to bottom. It seemed that the sickle was going to cut open Du Xiaofu's stomach, revealing the beating internal organs in his chest. Ah! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. The heavenly palace of purple and gold in his hand moved across the sky. The broadsword cut open the void and the sword radiance was activated. It was aimed at the 4th demon emperor's head. Kill. The great demon emperor's gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. A sharp claw covered with scales quickly and ruthlessly imprinted on Du Xiaofu's back. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body was instantly sent flying. The sword radiance that was originally aimed at the 4th demon emperor also deviated and cut a deep gully in the void beside him. Du Xiaofu, how can you fight against the 3 of us by yourself? The 2 demon emperors spoke. Their demonic bodies moved rapidly in the void, approaching Du Xiaofu step by step. Du Xiaofu's figure landed in the distance. He did not reply. Instead, He quietly watched the 3 demon emperors encircle him again. His heart was filled with endless solemnity. It seemed that his side had already entered a deadly situation today. Chapter 2639. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Translator. Naoibo Studio Editor. Naoibo Studio Du Xiaofu temporarily broke away from the battle between the first Demon Emperor, second Demon Emperor, and fourth Demon Emperor to observe the situation. In the distance, little Xingxing was fighting fiercely with the fifth Demon Emperor, sixth Demon Emperor, and seventh Demon Emperor. However, little Xingxing was in a very bad situation under the joint attack of the 3 Demon Emperors. He was almost being suppressed. Fortunately, there was a huge turtle shell around the dragon's body, and it was releasing an insane defensive power that protected Little Star's body, making it difficult for the 3 Demon Emperors to do anything to it for the time being. Not far from Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jialo Juiyu, and other experts who had reached the half-step Heavenly Saint Realm were also fighting with more than 10 half-step Heavenly Saint Realm experts from the Devil religion. As the number of people on both sides was about the same, no one could do anything to the other. They were locked in a fierce battle. This kind of situation comforted Du Xiaofu a little. After all, although these people were in a bad situation, they would not be directly crushed by the Devil religion. What worried Du Xiaofu the most was the hundreds of experts who were fighting against the 2 Demon Emperors. The death of every one of these people would be a great loss to his side. However, at this time, he was powerless to take care of them. He could not go and help them. Du Xiaofu, none of you will be able to escape today. And you too will die. The 4th Demon Emperor said gloomily. The blood-red scythe slashed horizontally in the void and swept toward Du Xiaofu. You want me to die? You can't do it. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and said while gnashing his teeth. On his chest, the wound caused by the 4th Demon Emperor's blood-red scythe was healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. However, there was a thick demonic aura coiling around the wound, eroding his physical body. Even with the strength of his immortal Xian body, he could not recover as quickly as he should have. If you leave on your own, we might not be able to stop you. However, you simply cannot abandon those lowly reptiles. So today, only death awaits you. The great Demon Emperor said in a hoarse voice. Then, his devil claw tore through the void, and moved at an extremely fast speed. Then, he directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the 4th Demon Emperor's crimson scythe had already reached his back. These 2 attacks were incomparably ferocious. The layers of demonic chi fluctuations caused the entire void to distort, and terrifying ripples appeared in the air. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Du Xiaofu's body flashed with a purple-gold light, and his body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was outside the encirclement of the 3 Demon Emperors. Thunder martial vein, rise! Such a loud roar burst out from Du Xiaofu's throat. Immediately after, a bright thunder light rose from his body. It was like blood vessels, climbing on the surface of his body, like a net of light. Swoosh! The thunder martial vein rushed out and flew high above his head. Thunderbolts as thick as mountains danced in the sky, intertwining with each other and occupying the void. Spiritual thunder, go for me! Du Xiaofu shouted again. Between his eyebrows, 8 spiritual thunders, including the heavenly flame void thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the great Een sky thunder, and the golden crow sky burning thunder, rushed out with a whistling sound. They quickly rushed into the sky, wedged into the thunder martial vein, and positioned themselves in 8 directions. Between the 8 spiritual thunders, through the connection of the thunder martial vein, there was a subtle connection between them, which made their power even more powerful and terrifying. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu's 10 fingers moved swiftly, forming a series of obscure hand seals that were difficult to understand. As his movements fell, A bright 8 trigrams pattern suddenly appeared in the void above his head, exuding a terrible pressure. This 8 trigrams pattern overlapped with the thunder martial vein in the sky, and energy flowed between them, intertwining and reflecting each other. Whoosh, 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 the void shook violently. After the 8 trigrams pattern appeared in the void, a large amount of yin and yang qi appeared above and below Du Xiaofu's head. As the yin and yang qi flowed, clusters of flames spread out fiercely and formed a sea of fire around Du Xiaofu. It burned fiercely as if it could burn everything in the world. Swoosh, 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 as the yin and yang qi collided and rotated, scenes appeared in the 8 trigrams pattern in the void. Under the illumination of the thunderbolts and the sea of fire, towering mountains emerged, brazenly suppressing the world, and rivers, lakes, and seas flowed, surging and roaring. This scene caused the 3 demon emperors to feel a little shocked. However, they didn't take it too seriously. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. However, with your strength alone, you can't make any big waves. The demonic body of the second demon emperor stepped in the air. As he spoke, a terrible aura was brewing all over his body. Amidst the surging demonic qi, his body suddenly shook and rapidly expanded. In an instant, he had transformed into an incomparably majestic body. Compared to the demon god, who was still recovering in the distance, the body of the second demon emperor was not much smaller. His bulging muscles carried explosive power. His skin was bronze and his muscles were tight. Without a doubt, there was a peerless power in his body. Impudent heavenly thunder, kill! Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. A ferocious roar came from his mouth. Then, with a loud boom, a huge thunderbolt shot out from the 8 trigrams in the void and slammed down on the majestic body of the second demon emperor. You are not weak, but that's all. Break it! As the second demon emperor shouted, he raised his fists and arms, which were like mountains moving horizontally in the void. He didn't dodge, but smashed toward the ferocious thunderbolt beam. Rumble! A terrifying shockwave shook the entire space. The thunderbolt beam was smashed into pieces and turned into violent energy fluctuations, which swept across the void. At the place where the giant fist and the thunderbolt beam collided, the void collapsed immediately and formed a huge black vortex. The black vortex rotated fiercely and swallowed all the shattered energy. There were many wounds on the giant fist of the second demon emperor. Demonic blood was spilling out like a drizzle. However, his aura was not affected at all. His body was still standing in the same place, as if he hadn't been shaken at all by this attack. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu kept retreating in the void. Every step he took created a deep black hole in the void. After retreating for more than 10 steps, his body gradually regained its balance. Kill! At this time, the attacks of the Great Demon Emperor and the 4 Demon Emperors arrived at the same time. A demonic claw, which was covered with black scales, stretched out and enlarged infinitely in the void. In the blink of an eye, it plunged into the 8 trigrams pattern in the void above Du Xiaofu's head. At the same time, the 4 Demon Emperors' blood-red scythes, which carried endless evil spirit, broke the void and fell under Du Xiaofu's feet, slashing on the illusory mountains and rivers. Boom! When the Great Demon Emperor's demonic claw hit the 8 trigrams pattern in the void above Du Xiaofu's head, a terrible explosion occurred instantly. The entire huge 8 trigrams pattern cracked open with a loud bang. Terrifying cracks appeared and spread out like a spider web. Meanwhile, the 4 Demon Emperors' blood-red scythes directly cut open the illusionary mountains and rivers, leaving a thin and straight gap in the middle. The 2 attacks fell almost at the same time. They were so fast that Du Xiaofu didn't even have time to react. Puff Du Xiaofu, who was in the 8 trigrams pattern in the void, was violently shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared after creating a black hole in the void. His face paled a little, and his body couldn't help but be pushed back. The profound energy in the god's watchtower revolved rapidly and continuously supported his body. Only then did the void 8 trigrams above his head stabilize, and didn't directly dissipate. However, for the great demon emperor and the 4 demon emperors, they were not much better off than Du Xiaofu. The great demon emperor retracted one of his claws and placed it on his waist. Drops of black blood dripped down and corroded the void. A large piece of scale on the back of his small hand was broken. In the hands of the 4 demon emperors, only the hilt of the blood-red scythe was left. The entire blade had been consumed. When they attacked Du Xiaofu, the 8 trigrams thunderbolt and the strange power of the 8 trigrams pattern and the mountains and rivers also attacked crazily, injuring both of them. They were all knocked back by the attack, and each of them was greatly shaken. At this moment, the 8 demon emperors' arrogant laughter came from afar. Ki. Ants, prepare to die. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. In his gaze, the 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor raised their hands and attacked continuously. Enormous power that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed toward the grand array. The layers of grand arrays were hit by unparalleled attacks, and their brilliance dimmed. A turtle in a jar. No matter how you resist, you can only be slaughtered by me. You can't escape death. The 9 demon emperor snorted coldly. His fists were like meteors, and his arms were like dragons. With earth-shattering power, he smashed down violently again and landed directly on the layers of defensive grand arrays. Boom! Terrifying energy waves spread out as if the sky and earth were collapsing. A huge explosion erupted, and the entire space was trembling. The layers of grand arrays were distorted in an instant. Then, several bright lights flickered and disappeared. Several layers of grand arrays were broken one after another and disappeared into nothingness. Bam! Bam! While everyone in the grand arrays vomited mouthfuls of blood, several talisman masters exploded into blood mists and died an unnatural death. After this, more than 100 people in the grand arrays were killed, and the talisman masters were almost completely wiped out. The rest of the people were also greatly exhausted and shaken. Each of them looked dispirited and pale. The layers of formations were already on the verge of collapse. Only 2 layers of formations were still operating, and they were making their last stand. Perhaps under the hands of the 2 demon emperors, the grand arrays would be destroyed with a single blow, and everyone would be exposed. In that case, the powerhouses would only have the fate of being massacred. Bastards! Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to rush over and tear the 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor into pieces. However, he knew in his heart that even if he rushed over, it would be useless. As long as he went to deal with the 2 demon emperors, the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor, who were being restrained by him, would act accordingly and attack the hundreds of powerhouses. Go to hell. Hee. The 9 demon emperor laughed sinisterly again. Then, he struck out with his palm. Terrifying spatial ripples appeared around him, and he fiercely imprinted his palm on the crumbling grand arrays. Boom! Buzz! Amidst the terrifying boom, there was a weak buzzing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the last 2 layers of grand arrays were directly blasted apart by the palm. However, less than half of the terrifying power of the 9 demon emperor's palm had been consumed. After the demonic palm broke through the grand arrays, its remaining power did not decrease. It went straight down and brazenly bombarded the crowd in the grand arrays. Boom! Another terrifying explosion was heard, and the sound waves spread in all directions, causing everyone's eardrums to be muddled. The hundreds of people who were originally in the grand arrays were directly exposed to the 9 demon emperors' ferocious palm. That terrifying impact instantly covered more than 10 figures within it. At this time, these people had all been exhausted to the limit and could not make any effective moves to resist. Moreover, with their strength and cultivation, they were completely unable to resist the demon emperor who was at the heavenly saint's stage. All of them widened their eyes as they watched the 9 demon emperor's palm strike down. All of them could feel the powerful force invading their bodies. Then, there was a bang in their ears, and they lost all consciousness. In the distance, all of this fell into the eyes of Du Xiaofu. Bastard! Bastard! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted from his throat, and his eyes turned even redder. The dozens of people who had died were all people he was familiar with. Some were even close friends and relatives. Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Lai Diao, Zhong Yuan, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Jiang Yiting, Jialo Juekong, Hong Yu, his friends, his relatives, had all been blown into clouds of blood mist by that palm strike, disappearing into thin air. One by one, fresh lives disappeared, annihilated into nothingness. Kik, the 9 demon emperor laughed sinisterly. Demonic chi swirled around his body and swept out, entangling the clouds of blood mist in the void. Then, it rolled back and entered his demonic body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the 9 demon emperor's aura was faintly rising. In the face of absolute strength, any amount of resistance is futile. Now, what other means do you have to fight against us? The massacre has only just begun. Kiki. The 8 demon emperor laughed loudly. His body flashed, and he rushed towards the crowd who had lost the protection of the grand arrays. As the demonic chi transformed, it condensed into a blood-red demonic blade in his hand. There was a ferocious look on his face, and there was a bloodthirsty cruelty in his eyes. He looked at the remaining hundreds of people as if he was looking at lambs. Without any hesitation, he raised the demonic blade in his hand, rose into the air, and slashed it down fiercely. Vast demonic chi boiled, and an unparalleled force swept out, instantly enveloping dozens of people. Get lost! In the distance, Du Xiaofu shouted sternly, and blood seemed to gush out of his eyes. He did not hesitate. After a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the 8 demon emperor. The purple-gold heavenly tower emitted a buzzing sound, and an incomparably resplendent sword light appeared in an instant. It directly slashed at the 8 demon emperor's head, intercepting it. Du Xiaofu, open your eyes and take a good look at how these people are going to die today. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had stepped forward to stop the 8 demon emperor, the 9th demon emperor, who was not far away, laughed sinisterly and moved swiftly. He was not worried about the 8 demon emperor's safety at all. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu could easily deal with him. At this moment, he was slaughtering hundreds of stage experts in front of him, and it just so happened that he could distract the 8 demon emperor. As he spoke, the 9th demon emperor's palm shook the air, and demonic chi poured out crazily. It was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse. Get lost! Du Xiaofu's eyes were about to burst out of their sockets. He ruthlessly forced the 8 demon emperor back with a slash of his sword. Then, he used the Fuyao style and appeared in front of the 9th demon emperor again. He raised the purple-gold heavenly tower again and slashed it down. Du Xiaofu, how can you save them? You'd better take one last look at these people. At this moment, the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor, who had been shaken off by Du Xiaofu, arrived at the same time and surrounded the remaining hundreds of people. The 3 of them moved at the same time, unleashing powerful attacks towards the powerful experts. Devil religion! Du Xiaofu's face turned green and swollen. He roared furiously with the divine sword and forced the 9th demon emperor back. Then, he waved his hand and the purple lightning profound cauldron was launched. The law of space and the law of lightning were activated at the same time, blocking the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor in an attempt to delay them for a while. However, each of his attacks was quickly neutralized by the demon emperors. The demon emperors moved quickly and launched attacks at the people again. The boundlessly violent demonic chi descended from the sky, carrying with it an unparalleled force that caused even the void to crumble and collapse. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with a deep sense of despair. 5 demon emperors and 5 heavenly saints attacked at the same time. With just his strength alone, he could not stop them at all. Wasn't the reason why he had worked so hard to cultivate so desperately to protect the people he wanted to protect? Now, so many people were dying tragically in front of him, and there were hundreds of people behind him who were about to die at the hands of the demon emperors. However, he could not care about them at all. Go to hell. Du Xiaofu turned around and attacked the 4th demon emperor with his sword. Unexpectedly, the 2nd demon emperor took the opportunity to close in on him and hit him on the back with his fist. Blarg Du Xiaofu was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. On his back, the indestructible Xian body was torn apart and a deep fist print was left behind. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. Although we are going to die, we have no regrets. We only hate ourselves for not being strong enough to kill more of the devil religion bastards, and not being able to witness the annihilation of the devil religion. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. You are the hope of all living things in this realm. Save your life and avenge us in the future. Rock Emperor, as long as you can wipe out the people of the devil religion from this realm one day, we will have no regrets even if we die. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was attacked, the powerhouses from the 3 continents, Kyushu and other realms behind him shouted at Du Xiaofu weakly. Everyone knew that it would be very difficult for them to turn the situation around. With the power of the Rock Emperor alone, the lives of hundreds of people could not be saved no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. Instead of watching Du Xiaofu being toyed with by the demon emperors, they would rather give up their lives and deal with the devil religion. Although these demon emperors were powerful, there was an even more terrifying demon god in the distance who was recovering and had yet to awaken. If Du Xiaofu could not protect himself and increase his strength, then this realm would really be reduced to a demon realm, and all living things would not be able to escape death. Brother Xiaofu, don't worry about us. Just deal with the demon emperors with all your strength. Du Xiaofu launched the Fuyao First style once again, and blocked the claw of the great demon emperor, which was aimed at many experts. However, he heard a crisp female voice from the crowd, and it resounded in his ears. He was so familiar with this voice. Who else could it be other than the pure and lovely Dai Xingyu? Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu felt even more grief in his heart. Do I really have to sacrifice so many lives in this great calamity? Do I have to watch my family and friends die one by one and not save them for the sake of the big picture? I can't do that. What should I do? Du Xiaofu used all his tricks, including the purple thunder mysterious cauldron, the thunder martial vein, the purple gold heavenly palace, the law of space, the law of thunder and lightning, and many other magic skills, to stop the 5 demon emperors with difficulty. However, during this period, he was also attacked by the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 8th demon emperor, which caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, because of this, the lives of hundreds of powerhouses in the 3 continents and the Kyushu region were temporarily saved. However, everyone's hearts were heavy. This was because there was a time when Du Xiaofu would be completely exhausted under the joint attack of the 5 demon emperors. At that time, not to mention the hundreds of powerhouses of the Sage Realm, even Du Xiaofu would be in great danger. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. How they wished that Du Xiaofu could go all out and fight against the demon emperors instead of putting himself in danger for them and the others. However, they knew that Du Xiaofu didn't want to see them die here. The demon god has not fully recovered, but the demon emperors dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think that we are all dead? Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice suddenly rang out in the void. Then, several figures flew across the sky and arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2640. When the voice rang out, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. That domineering sentence was like the sound of nature in his ears. Under the joint attack of the demon emperors, more than half of the pressure he had to bear was released. Fu Yi Bai. Du Xiaofu glanced behind him in surprise, only to see 5 figures rushing over. Before the 5 of them arrived, a large amount of dazzling light broke through the sky. The vast light condensed into a huge, sharp sword in the void. It was as if it had pierced through the void from the ancient times and came to the present world. Radiance covered the world from the sharp sword in the air, causing everything in the area to dim down slightly. An enormous aura of righteousness wrapped around it, and it seemed as if it could annihilate all evil and ferocious beings in the world. The sword slashed directly at the great demon emperor's head. Master! Master! Among the crowd from the Kyushu region of the 3 continents, the pale-faced Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu shouted at the 5 figures rushing over. Old farts, how dare you talk nonsense here? Don't you know that we are no longer the same as before? The great demon emperor snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and deep. However, when he saw the 5 figures rushing over, a grave look appeared on his thin and weak face. He extended a black claw that was covered in scales. Dense demonic aura surged as he directly grabbed at the sword light with an incomparably imposing aura. Chi. When the sharp claw and the sword light collided, the 2 opposing forces instantly intertwined and consumed each other. The terrifying energy shattered and swept out, drowning the entire area in an instant. At the same time, 4 figures rushed toward the 2nd Demon Emperor, the 4th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, and the 9th Demon Emperor respectively. In an instant, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This, behind Du Xiaofu, a group of experts from the 3 continents and Kyushu region of the 3 continents rose from the void in a sorry state. They were all moved by this sudden scene. Everyone knew what had happened. An expert had come to their aid. It's the East Deity, the West Demon, the South Scholar, the North Addict, and the Central Divinity. Very soon, someone learned of the identities of these 5 people and recognized them. I didn't expect them to have reached the Heavenly Saint stage and be able to fight the Demon Emperors head-on. Many people became excited, and their pale faces were filled with joy. Facing the full force of the Demon Emperors, these experts Demon Emperors, who had escaped death, they were saved by Du Xiaofu's Demon Emperors. At this moment, with the arrival of so many powerful reinforcements, they were naturally extremely excited. There was a sense of joy from surviving a calamity. Looking at the terrifying battle, all of them were looking forward to the few experts defeating the numerous demon emperors. What a pity, so many people. Someone suddenly said, someone, the is? From the moment everyone entered this space to the moment they comprehended and broke through, there were no less than 200 experts from the 3 continents and 9 continents that had perished. In addition, many of them had died in the foggy space. The death of so many experts, all of whom were at the Heavenly Saint stage and above, was a great loss to the living beings in this world. Most of the people who had died were familiar with each other, and many of them were close friends. At this moment, many of them were grieving. If it weren't for the Rock Emperor, we would have died a violent death. This is a great calamity, a calamity that no one can escape from. Everything has just begun, and I don't know how many more people are going to die. In the primordial age, there was a tragic scene like this. Now, it's just a continuation of the primordial age. I hope all of this will end soon in our time. Many experts were gloomy, and their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. Regarding the calamity caused by the devil religion, everyone was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Big Brother Xiaofu, how are you feeling? Dai Xingyu walked up to Du Xiaofu in the air, and asked softly while everyone was lamenting. What about you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Du Xiaofu squeezed out a smile and said to Dai Xingyu. The qi in his body circulated continuously as he adjusted his breathing. The wounds on his chest and back were also slowly healing under the effect of the immortal Xian body. After the arrival of Fu Yibai and the others, his hands were slightly free. Seeing that little Xingxing's battle situation was a little tense, but fortunately, there wasn't much danger for the time being. Du Xiaofu also took the opportunity to recover from his injuries. 5 people, all of them at the Heavenly Saint stage. Seeing Fu Yibai, Crazy Ol, and the others fighting the Devil Emperor, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. These 5 people were indeed the people arranged by the Master of the 3000 Great World. Their strength was indeed powerful. He originally thought that after breaking through to the half-step Heavenly Saint stage, he was already at the top of this world. He didn't expect the strength of these 5 people to be so terrifying. However, it was fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, the hundreds of Heavenly Saint stage experts here would really be wiped out in today's battle. Xingyu, take everyone and leave this place first. Du Xiaofu turned his head and said to Dai Xingyu, Ouyang Shuang, and the others. The hundreds of experts here wouldn't be of much use in the face of a few Heavenly Saint stage Devil Emperors. It was better to let them leave and preserve their strength to deal with the people of the Devil religion outside. Then be careful and take good care of little Qilin. Ouyang Shuang reminded Du Xiaofu and then looked at little Qilin, who was fighting with the half-step Heavenly Saints of the Devil religion. Brother Xiaofu, be careful. We'll wait for you outside. Dai Xingyu said with concern. Then, without further delay, they gathered the experts and prepared to leave this place. Rock Emperor, we'll leave first. Grand Wizard, we'll leave first. Rock Emperor, take care. Many experts cupped their fists and bowed deeply to Du Xiaofu from afar. Then, the hundreds of Heavenly Saint stage experts turned around and quickly retreated into the distance. They knew very well that they had used up too much of their strength and were unable to continue fighting. If they stayed here, they would only be a burden to Du Xiaofu and the others. It was better for them to leave so that the experts wouldn't be distracted. However, everyone's hearts were heavy. This was because Du Xiaofu and the others were not only going to face a few Heavenly Saint stage Devil Emperors, but also a demon god who was still recovering and could wake up at any time. At that time, no one knew what the situation would be like. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. After watching the experts leave, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He turned around and looked at the 5 demon emperors in the field. Then 2 bright thunderbolts shot out from his eyes. His robe had been torn into pieces. However, at this time, it was stretched taut in the void and fluttered in the wind. His domineering aura kept rising from his body. The purple-gold light shot out and made him look like a deity. Senior Beiqi, go and help little Xingxing. Leave 9 demon emperor to me, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. Then, he flew out and rushed to 9 demon emperor. Okay. Crazy Ol replied. Then, in a flash, he got rid of 9 demon emperor and rushed toward the 5th demon emperor, 6th demon emperor, and 7th demon emperor to help little Xingxing. 9 demon emperor, prepare to die, Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved one of his palms in the void. With a boom, a thick thunderbolt was formed in the blink of an eye. It was like a huge mountain range that was blooming with light. Then, it blasted toward 9 demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, you are far from enough to kill me. 9 demon emperor snorted. His aura suddenly surged. He did not dodge. Instead, he rushed toward the fierce thunderbolt. At the same time, a steady stream of demon chi gathered in his palms. As if it was ignited by some mysterious force, it quickly condensed into 2 gloomy black flames. These 2 flames seemed to have come from the netherworld. Once they appeared, the temperature in the void fell instead of rising. It suddenly became so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Gloomy dark flame, kill! 9 demon emperor shouted. Then, he waved his hands. The 2 gloomy black flames were shot out by him. They expanded in the wind and instantly became tens of thousands of feet wide. In this space, it was as if a severe cold had suddenly arrived. Frost fell and sprinkled down. Even the lightning pillar was enveloped by the frost, its luster becoming a little hazy. These two flames were like two barriers that stood in front of Nine Demon Emperor. They blocked the thunderbolt directly. Boom! The two collided with a loud bang, and the lightning beam seemed to have hit a huge mountain, causing a terrifying roar to erupt. The two forces were shattered in an instant. Dazzling light mixed with gloomy black light. They intertwined and collided violently, forming a matchless storm that swept out. Countless talisman markings surged like raging waves that whistled and surged. Everywhere they passed, expanse after expanse of space collapsed and obliterated everything. Nine Demon Emperor retreated unconsciously in this torrent of energy. He did not dare to stay there. Kill. However, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a flash of purple-gold light, he activated the Fuyao flash and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Nine Demon Emperor. This move again. It's a pity that it's not very useful in front of me. Nine Demon Emperor snorted coldly in the face of Du Xiaofu's move. He had seen this strange space technique many times. When he was in Snow Spirit Mountain, he was killed by Du Xiaofu before he could self-explode. However, he was now in the Heaven Saint realm. Although his attainments in the law of space were not as good as the purple-robed young man's, it would not be so easy for him to take advantage of this unexpected move to kill him again. When this move was used, it did not cause any spatial fluctuations. Therefore, no one could detect Du Xiaofu's movement. However, Nine Demon Emperor had enough means to deal with any subsequent attack. As he spoke, Nine Demon Emperor moved. Heavenly Demon Blood Armor, form for me. He placed his hands in front of his chest. His 10 fingers crossed and changed constantly. Strange and indescribable hand seals were formed in an instant. Following that, an extremely strange and majestic aura descended upon the area. This aura was no different from the aura of the demon god. It was vast and ferocious, containing an endless bloodthirsty aura. It surged violently and invaded every inch of space. When one was in it, it was as if one could see a sea of blood flowing in the sky. Mountains of corpses were floating in it, emitting a ferocious aura. At the same time, the moment the aura descended, layers of demonic chi gathered around Nine Demon Emperor and enveloped his body. The demonic chi solidified and covered his body like a suit of armor. It flickered with a cold blood-red light. Holy Sword Roar. At this time, just as Nine Demon Emperor was done with all this, Du Xiaofu's attack descended. A sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth rose into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The sword light slashed straight at the Nine Demon Emperor without any deviation. In a hurry, Nine Demon Emperor did not have time to use any more technique. He could only cross his arms and raise them above his head to receive the sword light. Boom! Boom! The sword light slashed down and mercilessly slashed Nine Demon Emperor's arms. The terrifying power was vast and mighty. It directly sent the armored demonic body flying thousands of miles away. The sword light's momentum did not diminish. It brazenly slashed down and landed in the void, creating a ravine that looked like a fiery abyss. It was suffused with a pitch-black luster and completely engulfed the sword light. What an insane defense! Du Xiaofu withdrew his sword. He realized that although Nine Demon Emperor had been sent flying, he did not suffer any injuries after taking the blow from the sword light. Only the blood-red armor on his arms had been shattered. His flesh and blood had been torn apart, revealing his eerie bones. Wisps of demonic chi swirled and swirled around his wounds. Very soon they had recovered slightly. Moreover, the shattered armor was once again condensed and restored to its original appearance. Du Xiaofu, I can't kill you one-on-one. However, I have the heavenly demonic blood armor. My defense is close to that of Lord Demon God. What means do you have to say that you can kill me? Nine Demon Emperor looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a hideous smile. The blow just now did not seem to hurt him at all. It did not cause him any injuries at all. With Du Xiaofu's current strength, he could not completely break through his defense. Although that kid had many tricks up his sleeves, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill him. Comparable to a demon god's defense? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and felt a little solemn. On the other side, Fu Yibai, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others were all fighting very intensely. If they could not get rid of Nine Demon Emperor as soon as possible, no one knew if someone would unfortunately die. Moreover, there was a demon god who was rapidly recovering and could wake up at any time. It seems like I can only fight with my life on the line. Chapter 2641. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. After witnessing the Nine Demon Emperor's insane defense, he didn't want to test it out again because he really didn't have the time to waste. Whether it was his sister Du Xiaojing, his drunkard father, Du Xiaoyao, or Little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and the others, they all needed his support. If he wanted to break the current situation, he had to kill at least one Demon Emperor. Although the Nine Demon Emperor's blood-red armor condensed from demonic chi was strong enough, if he really went all out, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything to him. The defense of the Nine Demon Emperor's armor was said to be close to that of a demon god, but from that attack just now, Du Xiaofu knew that such a defense was only said in name. Even if it was comparable to a demon god's defense, it definitely wouldn't be a demon god at his peak. Otherwise, his holy sword roar wouldn't have been able to break the armor and injure the Nine Demon Emperor. However, although he knew this, it didn't mean that Du Xiaofu underestimated the Nine Demon Emperor at this time. At the very least, the Nine Demon Emperor's defense was not much weaker than his immortal Xian body. With that thought in mind, Du Xiaofu's hand moved. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand suddenly trembled and gathered an immeasurable amount of energy, shining brightly. Then, his body flashed and disappeared in the void. He used the Fuyao style and directly rushed in front of the Nine Demon Emperor, breaking through the void. Dominating sword Wei! Du Xiaofu roared. The broadsword carried an extremely sharp aura, flashing and unstoppable. Without any fancy moves, it slashed toward the Nine Demon Emperor's head. Roar! As the sword fell, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared ferociously, shaking the void. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out in the air. The incomparably dominating sword aura cut through the void and fell on the Nine Demon Emperor's head. Humph! The Ninth Demon Emperor snorted coldly. As he retreated, the blood-red armor on his body squirmed and transformed, covering his head and face, forming an even tighter defense. Even his eyes were covered by a thin layer of demonic light. Du Xiaofu's spatial technique was too strange. Even if the Nine Demon Emperor wanted to dodge it, it was too late. No matter where he went, the other party would be able to catch up to him in a flash. Therefore, he could only defend with all his might and passively fight. As for Du Xiaofu, it was obvious that he wanted to pursue him with all his might in an attempt to kill him. How could such thoughts be hidden from the Nine Demon Emperor? If you want to hurt me, you'll have to pay the price yourself. Limitless underworld flames, kill! The Nine Demon Emperor bellowed coldly as he watched Du Xiaofu's broadsword descend upon his head. He could clearly feel the terrifying sharpness of the sword descending upon him, causing his heart to palpitate for no reason. However, due to the protection of the blood-red armor, the Nine Demon Emperor was not worried that this attack would cause him too much damage. Instead of being chased by Du Xiaofu, he would rather fight it out with him. Even if he was injured, he would not let his opponent have an easy time. As the Nine Demon Emperor spoke, he raised both his palms at the same time. Demonic chi continued to gather on his palms, condensing into two balls of dark flames. Then, He clasped his palms together. Within the raging flames, the two balls of flames instantly collided and fused together, turning into an even more vast ball of black flames. His aura skyrocketed. Following that, an extremely strange and boundless aura spread out. The flames burned silently, as if they had burned through the netherworld and had come to this world. When such a ball of flames was formed, Du Xiaofu's sword light had already landed heavily on the Nine Demon Emperor's head. Qi La, the domineering sharpness of the sword light slashed down, wreaking havoc and cutting through the armor on the Nine Demon Emperor's head. During this process, the purple-gold Heavenly Palace's momentum was greatly hindered, and its strength was reduced by more than 70%. However, the remaining ferocious force still managed to break through the Nine Demon Emperor's armor and landed on his head. That sharp aura directly cut through the Nine Demon Emperor's scalp and penetrated into his skull. Only then did it stop its momentum. At this time, the ball of dark flames in the Nine Demon Emperor's hands brazenly bombarded Du Xiaofu's chest. Boom! With the huge impact, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying again. That ball of serene flame immediately shattered, exploding and scattering in the air. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, as if a severe cold had suddenly arrived, freezing the entire void. In the distant sky, Du Xiaofu forcibly stopped himself in the void and swallowed a mouthful of blood. At his chest there was a bloody mess, which was caused by the Nine Demon Emperor. The flesh at the wound was covered with a layer of frost, emitting a faint cold air. The defense is indeed strong enough. Du Xiaofu circulated the Xian Qi in his body, and the immortal Xian body automatically repaired the wound. His eyes were burning as he looked at the Nine Demon Emperor. On the demon's body, the armor on his head cracked, and a 2-finger-wide crack appeared on his skull. Demon blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The Nine Demon Emperor hugged his head and let out a howl in pain. After a fierce battle, both of them were seriously injured, and their blood and qi were shaken. Void 8 trigrams. After a while, Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted, and the purple-gold Heavenly Palace in his hand was released, and it floated in the void in front of him. Then, his 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming a series of complicated and strange hand seals. Buzz, as the hand seals formed, the void 8 trigrams formed again in the sky above him, circling and emitting a vast aura. At the same time, the thunder martial vein and the 8 spiritual thunders rushed out at the same time, entangling with the 8 trigrams and complementing each other. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared above his head and below his feet, setting off his purple-robed body, making him look like a deity. Kill! In the void 8 trigrams, Du Xiaofu reached out and grabbed the purple-gold Heavenly Palace in front of him. Then, he stretched out his body and dove toward the Nine Demon Emperor. The void 8 trigrams, thunder martial vein, heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes, everything moved with his body in the void, and in a flash, he was next to the Nine Demon Emperor. Heaven above and earth shaking, heavenly lightning destruction. Du Xiaofu shouted. Under the 8 trigrams, heavenly lightning rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Dazzling runes intertwined to form a giant lightning net, which traversed the universe. The Yang Qi swept out and suppressed the Nine Demon Emperor directly. God-slaying heavenly demon fist, open for me! Facing Du Xiaofu's attack again, the Nine Demon Emperor swung his fist violently. Layers of demonic qi gathered on his fist, and he fiercely smashed it toward the giant lightning net. Boom! Terrifying vibrations spread out. The moment the two different energies collided, they instantly exploded. Dense runes and mysterious runes surged out, whistling in all directions like a flock of ants leaving their nest. They eroded the void, forming a terrifying black hole, which seemed to be able to devour everything. The two people in the center of the energy surged out of their bodies, and they quickly retreated from the area. While retreating, Du Xiaofu's hands were still forming seals, and an invisible power rippled. With him as the center, the 8 trigrams in the void continued to spread out. The 8 trigrams evolved, changed, and derived, heaven above and earth below, earthly fire bright destruction. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, billowing flames spewed out from the void under his feet. It was like a sea of fire rising, intertwining, entangling, and fusing with the lightning to form an even more powerful attack. "Kid, I won't let you have an easy time today," the 9-demon emperor roared angrily. He waved his fists again, and he fought with Du Xiaofu. Both of them had profound cultivations, and their strength was not ordinary. Every move they made contained an enormous amount of power. The thunder roared, the sea of fire boiled, and waves of demonic chi surged, causing the void to be annihilated, and the world to lose its color. However, when one's strength had reached such a level, it was difficult for anyone to deal with the other party in a short time. However, Du Xiaofu adopted the method of exchanging injury for injury, and fighting with his life on the line. He was fighting with his life on the line, and he would be able to last until the end. For a time, purple gold blood and demonic blood scattered, igniting the void. Attack after attack landed on each other, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Du Xiaoyao and the other half-step Heavenly Saint experts were locked in a fierce battle. In the lineup of the Sanlu Kyushu realm, besides Du Xiaoyao who had reached the half-step Heavenly Saint realm, there were also Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Jialo Juyu, Little Qilin, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qinchun, Yi Piaoling, Zi Xian, Du Xiaowang, Changyu, and so on. There were a total of 14 half-step Heavenly Saints. On the side of the devil religion, there were 12 half-step Heavenly Saint experts. The overall strength of both sides was not too different, but because everyone had just broken through, there was not an insurmountable gap in their cultivation. So, for a time, no one could do anything to the other. However, the experts of the 3 continents and the 9 continents were at a slight advantage in the overall battle because they had the advantage in numbers. However, it was not easy to take down the devil religion in a short period of time. To the people of the devil religion, although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, they had more than enough to protect themselves. Among the people of the devil religion, the ones who received the most care were Moksha and Mo Lingzi. Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaojing attacked together and fought fiercely with Moksha. Both of them knew that Moksha should have the divine thunder cauldron on him. Now that they had reached the most critical moment, the importance of the divine thunder cauldron was obvious. Only by suppressing this person would they have the chance to obtain the purple thunder cauldron. Because of the joint attack of the 2 terrifying experts, Moksha seemed to be a little flustered and did not have time to deal with it. In the end, he actually summoned 2 divine thunder cauldrons and attacked Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaojing at the same time. "You actually have 2 divine thunder cauldrons on you. Today they are mine." Du Xiaoyao's huge red-bone horse monkey body occupied the void. Her huge palms swept across the sky and broke the sky. She roared angrily and pressed down on Moksha again and again. Du Xiaojing's slender figure also moved. Her fierce attacks were like a storm, covering Moksha within. Not far away from Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and Moksha, Mo Lingzi's situation was almost the same as Moksha's. Du family's bloodline, but you are willing to be the lackey of the devil religion. Damn it! Du Tingxuan's long lightning spear pierced through the boundless void and attacked fiercely. Today, we will take off his hood and take a good look at his identity and how he is related to my Du family. Du Yunlong controlled the hallowed bell and moved horizontally in the void. A boundless and heavy aura exploded and crushed the sky. Now I am also a half-step heavenly saint and am not weaker than the 2 of you. So, if you want to touch me, the 2 of you are not enough. Unless Du Xiaofu personally takes action. Mo Lingzi's black robe covered his body and his face, making others unable to see his true appearance. His tone was calm and unwavering. Even though he was surrounded by two people, he still seemed to be extremely calm. Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Mo Lingzi all had lightning martial veins. In the fierce battle, terrifying lightning constantly collided and intertwined in the void, releasing a terrifying aura. To deal with you, there is no need for my third brother to take action, Du Yunlong snorted coldly. His cloud robe fluttered, and the hallowed bell was like an extremely majestic mountain. It carried a terrifying force and pressed down with a rumble, falling directly on Mo Lingzi's head. Dang! A vast bell sound reverberated, deafening the deaf and causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The endless heavy aura was emitted, and the light was like the water of the Milky Way as it poured down, shattering and disintegrating the void. With just the two of us, it's enough to kill you. Du Tingxuan's spear pierced out, breaking through layers of spatial obstructions, and directly approaching Mo Lingzi. Roar! A lightning dragon roared and rushed out from the spear, breaking the void with its roar. The dragon opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Mo Lingzi's entire body. I said, the two of you are not enough. Divine Lightning Cauldron, go. Mo Lingzi lightly snorted and suddenly waved his hands. Two black shadows whizzed out. One went to meet the hallowed bell above his head, and the other went to block the lightning dragon in front of him. When the two black shadows streaked across the void, there was a vast purple-gold lightning crazily pouring down with monstrous momentum. You actually have two divine lightning cauldrons. The devil religion really thinks highly of you. Such a scene caused Du Tingxuan's gaze to harden fiercely. The reason why he and Du Yunlong didn't let Mo Lingzi go was indeed because they wanted to know his true identity. In fact, Du Tingxian had already guessed it in his heart. However, without seeing it with his own eyes, he wasn't willing to believe it. It could be said that Mo Lingzi's existence had already become a knot in Du Tingxuan's heart. If he couldn't personally take off his hood and see his true appearance, this knot in his heart would be hard to untie. At this moment, Mo Lingzi raised his hand and threw out two divine lightning cauldrons. It could be seen that the devil religion really thought highly of this person. Who knew if there was some unspeakable secret behind this move? I have the lightning martial vein and the help of the divine lightning cauldrons. What makes you think you can suppress me? Mo Lingzi calmly said, not caring about Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong's attacks at all. The two divine lightning cauldrons whistled through the air and collided with the hallowed bell and the lightning dragon at almost the same time. Boom! Dang! A huge explosion and the sound of the bell resonated at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave rippled out and impacted in all directions. The hallowed bell was struck into the air, humming and vibrating endlessly. As for the lightning dragon that Du Tingxian stabbed out, it exploded in a split second. The destroyed lightning was crazily devoured by the divine lightning cauldrons. The figures of the three of them moved backwards at the same time, dodging the torrent of energy that filled the sky. Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong retreated 100 miles before stabilizing their bodies. Looking at Mo Lingzi again, he was sent tumbling away by the two's attacks, and only stopped after 1,000 miles. So what if you have the divine lightning cauldrons? I'm afraid you don't even have the ability to refine them. Du Yunlong lightly snorted. His body stretched taut like a large bow as he abruptly shot towards Mo Lingzi in the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. The hallowed bell hummed as it moved, crushing through the endless void and fiercely crushing towards Mo Lingzi's location. Kill. When Du Yunlong made his move, Du Tingxian also made his move. The thunder dragon spear in his hand was dragged behind him as he stepped on the endless void and ran wildly. With every step he took, the void directly burst open. Kill. Mo Lingzi also lightly shouted. Endless purple-gold lightning poured out from the two divine lightning cauldrons and poured into the lightning martial vein outside his body. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolts above his thunder martial vein became incomparably thick, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. Walala, under Mo Lingzi's control, the lightning martial vein followed in the void. This lightning martial vein, that was supported by the divine lightning cauldrons, was like a huge net that enveloped the sky. Bolts of purple-gold lightning bombarded down and collided with Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong once again. Shaojing, I'll leave this moksha to you for a while. I'll go help your father and kill that Mo Lingzi first. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao spied on the scene over there and couldn't help but say to Du Shaojing, that pair of scarlet pheasant monkey eyes that were as bright as the sun bloomed with golden light. No problem, leave this to me. Du Shaojing responded. Her beautiful figure flashed, and one attack after another was launched towards Moksha. In fact, she was also very puzzled in her heart. Who was that Mo Lingzi's true identity? What kind of relationship did he have with the Du family? Why did he have the lightning martial vein? Her father seemed to have already guessed it, but he wasn't willing to mention it. She also didn't want to ask too much. However, this matter wasn't only a knot in her father's heart for Du Tingxian, it was also an unresolvable gloom for the entire Du family. Through her brother's information, many people in the Du family knew that the lightning martial vein was set up by the Du family's ancestor. However, their ancestor fell because of the demon god. Now, there was a descendant who had the lightning martial vein who was willing to be controlled by the demon god. This made everyone in the Du family feel very puzzled, and at the same time, indescribable grief and indignation. Chapter 2642. It could be said that as long as Mo Lingzi wasn't eliminated, it would be a stain on the entire Du family. To the Du family, a person who had forgotten his ancestors was someone that everyone had the right to punish. Du Shaojing was also a member of the Du family, so of course, he also had such a complex. Now that everyone had broken through to the half-step heavenly saint realm, her father and second brother were still unable to take down Mo Lingzi even under their joint efforts. This made her feel somewhat anxious in her heart. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao proposed to help her father and second brother deal with Mo Lingzi, and she immediately agreed to it. Aolo Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey's body let out an earth-shaking roar, and her mountain-like figure crossed over. With a few strides, she had already arrived in the middle of Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Mo Lingzi's battle circle. That enormous red-bone horse monkey's palm descended from the sky, and endless mighty force poured out, as if it covered the entire sky, shattering the void. You think you can do anything to me just because you have more people? Facing Du Xiaoyao's ferocious addition, Mo Lingzi spoke calmly. However, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent when he made his move. The strength of these three people wasn't inferior to him. If he didn't treat them seriously, he might really die here today. Nether Bloodlight, Hell's Gate. Open. Mo Lingzi let out a deep roar as his hands continuously formed seals. A bizarre and indescribable charm rapidly spread out in this space. Immediately after, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Endless evil aura surged out from the crack, spreading out in the void. In the eyes of Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoyao, waves of evil aura surged in the void like raging waves. In just an instant, the evil aura condensed into a substance, turning into a sea of blood that overflowed the sky. Whoa! Suddenly, the wails of evil spirits resounded from within the spatial crack. Following that, one after another, ferocious scarlet eyes shot out from within, followed by countless evil spirits and evil spirits. Like an army of the netherworld, they broke through the seal of the domain, stepping on turbid waves of evil aura beneath their feet. Their bloody claws were sharp, and their fangs were dense. The instant they charged out of the crack, they pounced towards Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoyao. Roar! A large swathe of malicious ghosts rushed up into the sky, directly entangling little demon Du's huge golden palm. A terrifying dark and ruthless aura was released, the fanged halberd opened, and the sharp claws tore. In just a moment, it caused little Demon Du's huge palm to peel off a large amount of golden light, and the originally fierce and ferocious aura also weakened a little in an instant. You have the lightning martial vein, but you use such a sinister trick. Du Tingxian snorted coldly. His long spear was like a wild dragon, fiercely thrusting out, and the vast power of thunder and lightning. With a twist, a large number of evil spirits that pounced in front of him were shattered into pieces in the void. Clang! Under Du Yunlong's control, the sacred bell of laying desolation rang loudly. After a deafening sound, countless evil spirits collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Evil spirits, kill them all! Du Tingxian shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, the lightning martial vein moved, and terrifying thunderbolts struck down, tearing through the void and shaking the universe. The mighty Yang aura swept out, carrying the power to destroy everything, and directly enveloped the evil spirits that filled the sky. Thunderbolts poured down, roaring and roaring. Large numbers of evil spirits were directly blasted into pieces by this fierce and overbearing power. You want to stop me with such petty tricks? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Du Xiaoyao shouted coldly. His huge palm swept across the sky, facing the evil spirits, and did not dodge. His palm fiercely slammed down, brazenly crushing countless evil spirits, and evil spirits were crushed into pieces, and they let out miserable cries that sounded like they were crying to the heavens and the earth. Then, the energy in Du Xiaoyao's body erupted, and the momentum of his palm did not decrease at all, directly slamming into the boundless sea of blood. Sacred bell of laying desolation, suppress. Du Yunlong also moved, and an incomparably heavy aura erupted from the sacred bell of laying desolation. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, and bright thunderbolts lingered on it, adding to its ferocious power. Qi La, the boundless sea of blood in the void, directly collapsed under the power of the huge red-bone horse monkey's palm and the sacred bell of laying desolation. Boom, 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 violent explosions resounded, and densely packed runes flew out. It was as if 10,000 mountains were collapsing, and 1,000 waves came roaring, causing the entire void to boil. The spatial crack that seemed to connect the netherworld to hell melted like ice under the terrifying fluctuations. Kill! Mo Lingzi roared. He never thought that he would be able to stop the three of them with this method. Seeing that Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoyao were quickly breaking his method, his figure also moved. In each of his hands there was a purple lightning profound cauldron, and he fiercely threw them in the direction of Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong. Among the three of them, the ones that he feared the most were these two. One of them had the body of a red-bone horse monkey, and the other controlled an unparalleled treasure like the sacred bell of laying desolation. Only by relying on the purple lightning profound cauldron could he slightly contend against the three of them. After the two divine lightning cauldrons were thrown out, Mo Lingzi's figure flashed, and he pounced towards Du Tingxian. Two masses of demonic qi were enshrouded in his palms. After he fiercely clapped his hands, they turned into a black spear, piercing through the void and releasing a terrifying aura. Come on! Du Tingxian lightly shouted, and the lightning dragon's spear in his hand fiercely shook. Spatial ripples spread out, and terrifying lightning swirled around. Just as Mo Lingzi was about to get close, the spear swung horizontally, and the bright lightning turned into a thick dragon, sweeping out with its tail. Such a lightning dragon tail fiercely collided with Mo Lingzi's demonic qi that was formed by the demonic qi. After a bang sound, the two forces shattered one after another. Terrifying energy waves rippled, and the two figures were sent flying at the same time. Mo Lingzi die. At this time, Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong had repelled the two purple lightning profound cauldrons, and they had already surrounded Mo Lingzi. Taking advantage of the time when he was sent flying, Du Yunlong's conquering sacred bell and Du Xiaoyao's huge golden palm, one in front and one behind, arrived in front of Mo Lingzi, and suppressed him. In his panic, Mo Lingzi didn't have time to make an effective defense. Demonic chi surged out from his body, wrapping his body within, and formed a shield with all his strength. Clang! With the suppression of the conquering sacred bell, this unparalleled treasure emitted a terrifying and heavy aura as it crushed down. Under this terrifying and heavy aura, the demonic chi shield outside Mo Lingzi's body shattered inch by inch, peeling off like a wall. Finally, with a bang, it completely shattered, revealing his body that was covered by a hood. And at this time, Du Xiaoyao's palm followed closely behind, and fiercely slammed onto Mo Lingzi's chest. Boom! This terrifying palm was like the collapse of a part of the sky, and directly sent Mo Lingzi flying, smashing through the boundless void. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from the mouth under the hood, dragging a long trace in the air. Mo Lingzi's clothes on his chest were torn apart, revealing his flesh and blood. However, the hood that covered his head was still intact, and there was no way to see his true appearance. Kill! With Mo Lingzi injured, how could Du Tingxian let go of such an opportunity? As he was sent flying, his imposing figure rose into the air, and like a bolt of lightning, he rapidly swept over. At the same time, the lightning martial vein that occupied the void turned into a huge net, and was even faster than Du Tingxuan's speed. It directly covered Mo Lingzi's head. Purple lightning profound cauldron. Seeing Du Tingxuan's arrival, Mo Lingzi waved his hand while flying backward, and the two divine lightning cauldrons moved with a whistling sound. One of them rose into the air, and faced Du Tingxuan's lightning martial vein. The other one was held in his hand, and fiercely smashed down towards Du Tingxian, who had already arrived in front of him. The two purple lightning profound cauldrons both dragged along terrifying purple-gold lightning, and brazenly smashed down. Even with the purple lightning profound cauldron in your hand, you won't be able to escape death today. Du Tingxuan's spear pierced through the void, and turned into a lightning dragon. It roared as it rushed out, and fiercely collided with the purple lightning profound cauldron. Boom! Amidst the loud collision, the two colors of lightning instantly exploded. A fierce and overbearing aura surged in the void, sweeping across and destroying everything. At this moment, Mo Lingzi and Du Tingxian were both sent flying. However, at this moment, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoyao followed up and attacked. The hallowed bell rang, and the huge golden palm moved through the air. The two attacks, one after the other, still landed on Mo Lingzi's body without any hindrance. Under the suppression of the hallowed bell, Mo Lingzi's body burst open, and demonic blood splashed out, sprinkling into the void. After that, Du Xiaoyao struck out with a palm, and once again sent him flying, causing him to spit out a long blood arrow. If the three of us can't deal with you, Mo Lingzi, then this world deserves to be occupied by the devil religion, and become a devil domain. Du Tingxian dragged his spear and swiftly swept over. As he took step after step in the void, the battle intent and murderous aura all over his body also crazily rose. This time, Mo Lingzi suffered the joint attack of Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong, and was in an extremely difficult situation. How could he have the time to react? He didn't even have the time to use his devil chi to protect himself, and Du Tingxuan's spear had already arrived in front of him, aiming straight for his face. That fierce spear energy had yet to land, and it already caused Mo Lingzi to feel a piercing pain. At the same time, there was a fierce and invisible force that passed through his body, and invaded his primordial spirit. If he was really hit by this spear, even his primordial spirit would have a hard time escaping, and he would end up dying an unnatural death. In a hurry, Mo Lingzi could only fiercely twist his body, and tilt his neck back, in an attempt to dodge this spear that carried a murderous aura. However, under the swift and violent momentum of the spear, it still pierced through his black robe, and that fierce spear tip pierced his covered nose. Do you think you can dodge it? Seeing that his attack had hit, Du Tingxuan's spear suddenly changed from a straight stab to a horizontal sweep, with the intention of splitting Mo Lingzi's head apart. However, at this time, Mo Lingzi had already slightly recovered his strength. His feet abruptly stopped in the void, and his figure retreated to the side. Poof! Although this spear of Du Tingxuan's didn't have any effect, under the eruption of that unparalleled power, it released a terrifying and fierce aura that still streaked across the side of Mo Lingzi's face, leaving a deep wound on his face. At the same time, a chi-la sound could be heard. The robe on Mo Lingzi's head was swept by the spear aura, and it directly exploded into pieces. Immediately after, Mo Lingzi's true appearance was finally exposed under the light of day. It was a handsome face, but at this moment it was completely pale. The tip of his nose and the side of his face were all injured by Du Tingxuan's spear. Fresh blood flowed out from the wounds, making him look extremely miserable. However, at this moment, there wasn't any miserable expression on this face. Especially that pair of ash-white eyes, there wasn't any fluctuation of life in them. They were greenish-gray, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. When Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and Du Tingxian saw this face, the attacks that they were brewing weren't able to land for a moment. It's him. With a single glance, Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong both recognized the identity of the person before them. The two of them exchanged glances with each other, both of them carrying some astonishment, and at the same time, some relief. Although they had already guessed Mo Lingzi's identity, when they truly saw him with their own eyes, they still felt astonished. You guys have finally gotten what you wanted. Aren't you very pleasantly surprised and surprised? Mo Lingzi gently turned his head and looked at Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong. Finally, his gaze stopped on Du Tingxian. The words that came out of his mouth were still so indifferent, as if there wasn't any emotion to speak of. It's really you. Du Tingxian stared blankly at Mo Lingzi's face. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a sense of loss. In fact, he had already expected this outcome. However, when the truth was revealed, he still couldn't accept it. This young man was the younger generation that he valued the most back then. For the sake of his cultivation path, how much had he sacrificed? Du Chang, you're a member of the Du household, and the blood of the Du family flows in your body. Why are you willing to be the lackey of the devil religion? Du Yunlong stepped forward and asked coldly. Du household, Du Chang. These two names had already been forgotten by people for many years. However, today, people had no choice but to remember them. The Mo Lingzi in front of them was precisely the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Du household, and the #1 talent of the entire Stone Dragon Empire, Du Chang. In his body, the blood of the Du family flowed, and he even had awakened the lightning martial vein. Who would have thought that as a descendant of the Du family, with the lightning martial vein engraved by the heavenly Tao, he was willing to be controlled by the devil god and go against the Du family in every aspect. This caused people to feel bitterly disappointed. It was precisely because of this that all these years, the people of the Du family wanted to uncover this person's true identity and reveal it to the world. They just wanted to see which descendant of the Du family would actually do such a thing of forgetting their ancestors. At this moment, when Mo Lingzi's true body appeared, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and Du Tingxian felt indescribable grief and indignation in their hearts. Du household? Du family bloodline? Should I call you Uncle Tingxian? Haha. Mo Lingzi chuckled, but his expression didn't seem to have any fluctuations. He only said indifferently, "Everything I have today was given to me by the devil religion. How I want to do things is not up to you guys to tell me what to do." His tone was extremely dull. Even when facing Du Tingxian, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation, as if he was facing an unrelated person. Du Chang. Du Tingxian recovered from his initial grief and indignation and suddenly shouted, "If you can realize your mistake and turn back today, I can make the decision to spare your life." Du Tingxian looked at Mo Lingzi with a burning gaze, his eyes carrying a hopeful expression. He truly hoped that the youth opposite him would agree to his request, even though he knew that it was almost impossible. However, there was still some unwillingness in his heart. No matter what, there was an inseparable relationship between him and Du Chang. Back then, Tianwu Academy's talisman department used the countless spirit herbs and heavenly treasures that Tianwu Academy had collected over the years. In addition, all the experts in the talisman department worked together to refine a single mighty emperor pellet after 3 whole years. In the end, it was stolen by Du Tingxian and given to the young Du Chang to consume. A single mighty emperor pellet helped Du Chang to establish his foundation and pave his cultivation path. In the end, he became the most talented person among his peers in the entire Stone Dragon Empire. It was also because of this that Du Tingxian was placed at the top of Tianwu Academy's bounty list. Furthermore, the first set of martial skills that Du Chang cultivated was also taught by Du Tingxian. If there wasn't Du Tingxian, there wouldn't be the Du Chang from back then. In fact, in the depths of Du Chang's heart, he was extremely grateful to his uncle Tingxian. When he saw Du Tingshuan's family being besieged by people of legalism and was unable to help, he felt guilty for over 10 years. However, back then, the devil religion suddenly attacked the Du residents. The king and Du Chang disappeared together and were taken away by the devil religion. After that, the young man in front of him used a hood to conceal his true appearance. He used the identity of Mo Lingzi to walk the world and serve the devil religion. When facing his uncle Tingxian, he could mercilessly make a move and become enemies of life and death, disregarding the kindness of the past. What a good way to mend one's ways! Should I cripple my own cultivation first to show my sincerity? Mo Lingzi's ash-white eyes indifferently stared at Du Tingxian as he spoke. Although his tone was indifferent and calm, it wasn't hard to hear the strong sense of ridicule within. Du Chang, you? Du Tingxian raised his thunder dragon spear and glared. He couldn't wait to stab the young man in front of him to death. Back then, in the entire Du residence, Du Chang was the younger generation that he valued the most. He also did his best to help him. However, he didn't expect that the little fellow with outstanding talent back then would now stand on the opposite side of him and become a loyal lackey of the devil religion. He was his enemy, the Du family's enemy, and the entire tricontinent Kyushu's enemy. His identity as Mo Lingzi could be said to be the shame of the entire Du family. It was also a blasphemy to the Du family's ancestor who fell to suppress the demon god. Chapter 2643. Facing Du Tingshuan's mockery, Du Tingxian was furious. At the same time, he felt extremely pained. Second uncle, I think he's being controlled by someone. Du Yunlong walked to Du Tingshuan's side and said with a frown. Mo Lingzi's character was poles apart from Du Chang's back then. If it wasn't for the fact that his face didn't change much, making it impossible to deny his true identity, it would be impossible to connect him with that arrogant young man back then. I think so too. It should be the devil religion's method to control his primordial spirit. Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey body disappeared and turned into a golden-cloved young man. He walked to Du Tingshuan's side and said, no matter if it was Mo Lingzi's tone or his calm face that didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion, it all seemed a little strange. It didn't seem like he was deliberately pretending. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility. After he was kidnapped back then, the devil religion laid down a method in his primordial spirit, turning him into a living puppet that could be ordered around as they wished. His primordial spirit is being controlled? Du Tingshuan's gaze moved slightly as he stared at Mo Lingzi. His mind was full of thoughts, and no one knew what he was thinking. Third uncle, no matter if his primordial spirit is being controlled or not, at least for now, he's still the devil religion's Mo Lingzi. If we can't kill or capture him, then it'll be a great disaster for all the living beings in our world. Du Yunlong didn't look at Du Tingxian, but seemed to know what he was thinking and said softly, I understand. Your third uncle isn't a 3-year-old kid. How can I not understand this? Du Tingxian sighed lightly and said, Don't worry, I know what's right and what's wrong. I won't mess up my sense of propriety because of some things in the past. Du Yunlong's words did not reveal the true meaning, but when they fell into Du Tingshuan's ears, how could he not understand? This nephew of his was merely worried that because of his relationship with Du Chang in the past, he would show mercy to the current Mo Lingzi and couldn't bear to kill him. Now that the Great Tribulation had begun and the Fiend Celestial was about to recover, all living beings were in a precarious situation. They were fighting a bloody battle for survival. At this critical juncture, if he still indulged Mo Lingzi to wreak havoc on the world because of some personal feelings, then it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face because of Mo Lingzi's identity. He, Du Tingxian, and even the entire Du family, could be said to be the sinners of this world. Du Tingxian naturally understood this kind of simple logic in his heart. Although he hoped that Du Tingxian could let go of his identity as Mo Lingzi and stop being so obstinate, Du Tingxian wasn't a pedantic person. He knew that this kind of situation was impossible unless he could erase the means the devil religion had placed on his primordial spirit. Therefore, both sides would still be enemies, facing each other in life and death. What's there to be long-winded about? Let's fight. Opposite Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Yunlong, Mo Lingzi straightened his body and stood upright in the void. The wounds on his face and the tip of his nose had already recovered a little under the wrapping of layers of devil qi. Blood was no longer flowing. The power of lightning left behind by Du Tingshuan's spear was also devoured by Mo Lingzi's lightning martial vein. Since you want to die early, how can I not fulfill your wish? Du Xiaoyao's golden clothes shook and golden light surged. With a roar, his body transformed into the red-bone horse monkey's original form and occupied the void. Boundless and vast aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That golden light spread and permeated every inch of space. His eyes were extremely bright, and as they opened and closed, they were as dazzling as the rising and setting sun. Fight! Du Yunlong also moved, and the holy bell of laying desolation buzzed in the void. Under the effect of the lightning martial vein, lightning filled the sky and enveloped the entire holy bell of laying desolation, making it look as if it was bathing in a sea of lightning. 2 tyrannical auras intertwined with each other, and their might shook the heavens. That's fine too. Back then, I was the one who brought you onto the path of cultivation. Today, everything will be taken back by me. It can be considered as a beginning and an end. Du Tingxian lightly sighed, and then his gaze slowly became firm. Du Tingshuan's path of cultivation had traces that he couldn't erase. If he wanted to take back all of these grudges, there could only be 2 results. First, Mo Lingzi's life would end. Second, he would be captured and no longer be under the control of the devil religion. Du Tingxian held the Thunder Dragon spear and pointed it at Mo Lingzi. Even if the 3 of you join forces, I'm afraid it's still difficult to take my life. Seeing the 3 closing in step by step, Mo Lingzi coldly snorted and leaped up. Torrential devil qi enshrouded his body and quickly spread out. At the same time, the 2 divine lightning cauldrons also returned to his side and floated on both sides of Mo Lingzi. Purple gold lightning poured out, releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. Kill! Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, and Mo Lingzi all shouted at the same time and pounced forward. The lightning martial vein was trembling, and thick bolts of lightning were like a shower as they rapidly whistled down, carrying a ferocious momentum that could destroy everything. The entire space trembled because of it. The difference in strength between the 4 of them was similar, but under the joint forces of the 3, Mo Lingzi could only deal with it in a panic and was in an extremely sorry state. However, he wasn't stupid. He didn't fight the three of them head-on, and constantly moved around in the void. At the same time, he also had the assistance of the lightning martial vein and the two divine lightning cauldrons. The combination of the two was even more terrifying. Even though Du Xiaoyao and the other two were suppressing Mo Lingzi and causing him to continuously suffer injuries, it was indeed difficult for them to do anything to him for the time being. Kill! Du Xiaoyao and the other two shouted, carrying an unparalleled killing intent as they closed in on Mo Lingzi step by step. The red-bone horse monkey's body moved across the sky, the desolation-suppressing holy bell fiercely suppressed, and the thunder dragon's spear pierced through all obstacles. The bolts of lightning poured down like rain. Want to kill me? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Mo Lingzi held a divine lightning cauldron in each of his hands. In his fluster, he still managed to block the ferocious attacks. Mo Lingzi, so it's really Du Chang. In the surrounding battlefields, many experts also discovered the situation here, and Du Xiaofu was the same. Under the probing of the energy of his soul, everything that had occurred earlier had entered into his senses. Naturally, Mo Lingzi's true identity was also known by him. The bloodline of the Du family must not be controlled by the devil religion. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and a sword light slashed out from the purple-gold heavenly fault towards the 9 demon emperor's head. The two of them fought for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. And under Du Xiaofu's method of exchanging injury for injury, risking life for life, both of them had suffered great injuries. The 9 demon emperor's demonic body was covered with wounds. The demonic armor that covered every inch of his body was also severely damaged, causing many parts of his body to be exposed, and he could no longer continue to condense them. Du Xiaofu was the same. The indestructible Xian body burst open, and purple-gold blood poured out. Even his face was incomparably pale, without any color. The 9 demon emperor was fiercely forced back by Du Xiaofu's sword. Then, under his gaze, Du Xiaofu's body flashed with golden light, and his figure disappeared. It's this move again. The 9 demon emperor was already used to such a scene. He knew that this was Du Xiaofu's spatial technique, which appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Many of the injuries on his body were due to this, and he was caught off guard by Du Xiaofu's sudden attack. Therefore, the moment he saw the golden light appear, the 9 demon emperor was prepared to deal with it. The power of his primordial spirit spread out, and he collected the surrounding movements at all times. As long as Du Xiaofu broke through space, he would be able to deal with it immediately to prevent a successful sneak attack. However, this time, the 9 demon emperor waited for a long time, but he did not see Du Xiaofu's figure. The attack that he had condensed in his hand was also nowhere to be released. Soon, the 9 demon emperor discovered that Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared in another place after using the first style of Fuyao. That was where Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and Du Yunlong were besieging Mo Lingzi. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared directly beside Mo Lingzi, and he struck out with his palm without any fluctuations. Du Xiaofu. The appearance of this purple-robed figure caused Mo Lingzi's grayish-white eyes to freeze instantly, and he seemed to be quite shocked. He knew that Du Xiaofu was already an expert at the heavenly saint realm now, and he wasn't someone he could deal with at all. The moment the other party attacked, the surrounding space instantly froze, leaving him no room to escape. Without thinking, Mo Lingzi struck out the 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons in his hands, and they smashed towards Du Xiaofu's chest fiercely. Using the purple lightning profound cauldrons to deal with me, Du Chang shouldn't be so stupid. Du Xiaofu said coldly as he used the law of lightning. When the terrifying purple-gold lightning reached Du Xiaofu's side, it automatically took a detour and blasted into nothingness. That palm that was suffused with purple-gold light directly passed through the seal of the 2 lightning profound cauldrons, and brazenly imprinted on Mo Lingzi's chest. PFFF. A muffled sound rang out, and Mo Lingzi's body was sent flying with a single blow. After that, on the path he was sent flying, a huge black hole opened up and covered Mo Lingzi's body. A powerful suction force gushed out, pulling him towards the black hole at an even faster speed. Bursts of mysterious aura were emitted. That huge black hole seemed to be the door to some terrifying place, causing Mo Lingzi's heart to tremble for no reason. The remaining devil chi in his body erupted. Mo Lingzi wanted to break free, but no matter what he did, he was unable to break free from the control of the suction force. In the end, he could only be swallowed. Back then, the devil religion kidnapped Du Chang for the lightning martial vein, right? Seeing Mo Lingzi's figure disappear at the entrance of the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu slightly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he already knew that the reason why the devil religion kidnapped Du Chang, his master, and the rest was because these people had something to do with lightning. And these lightning came from the heavenly Tao that suppressed the demon god. When the heavenly Tao fell, it turned into 36 bolts of spiritual lightning. These 36 bolts of spiritual lightning represented the complete law of lightning. And the goal of the devil religion was nothing more than to borrow the lightning martial vein and 36 bolts of spiritual lightning to reform the complete law of lightning. After controlling Mo Lingzi and letting him fuse with the complete law of lightning, he would be able to surpass the Sky Sage realm. Then, in this world, even if the demon god didn't recover, the devil religion would still be able to sweep away all living things. Ancient desolate space, withdraw. Du Xiaofu didn't lament too much, because on the other side, when the 9 demon emperors saw that he had left him to deal with Mo Lingzi, he turned around and rushed toward his sister, Xiao Jing. However, just as he was about to withdraw the ancient desolate space and go forward to stop the 9 demon emperor, he was shocked to find that the ancient desolate space was abnormal, as if it was no longer under his control. Huff, 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 in the void, the giant black hole of the ancient desolate space suddenly expanded rapidly, like the giant mouth of a demon god. It was getting bigger and bigger, as if it wanted to envelop the entire space. Waves of violent and mysterious aura fluctuated from the black hole, densely filling the space. Under such a violent aura, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if there was an invisible hand directly grasping the space and shaking it violently. In just an instant, everyone who was fighting, including the 8 demon emperors, Eastern Deity, Western Demon, Southern Ru, Northern Addict, Shuntong, and other half-step Heavenly Sage Realm experts like the Little Qilin, Jialo Juayu, and Yi Piaoling, all felt that they were stepping on empty air, and their bodies tilted and staggered, as if they were about to fall. The 9 demon emperor, who was rushing toward Du Xiaojing, also shook violently, and his legs almost gave out. The demon chi attack that had accumulated in his hand also collapsed in an instant, and it was crushed into nothingness by the invisible fluctuations in the space. Rumble! A huge tremor broke out, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking violently. The space was trembling, and everyone couldn't stabilize their bodies at this time. Like a small boat in a hurricane, they were being wantonly destroyed. Even Du Xiaofu was no exception. With his heavenly sage realm strength, he could only barely stabilize his body, and he couldn't take care of the others. Fortunately, the other heavenly sage realm demon emperors were also in the same situation. What's going on? Why is this happening? Some experts shouted in panic. This kind of situation where they could not control themselves was even more frightening than fighting with the devil cult. Rumble! The space was shaking violently, and it was trembling non-stop. In the entire area, everyone was extremely shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. Could it be related to the ancient desolate space? Du Xiaofu tried his best to stabilize his body, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but guess. This was the only reason he could think of. Originally, there was nothing unusual, but after he summoned the ancient desolate space and kept Mo Lingzi in it, this situation occurred. Needless to say, the unforeseen event must be related to the ancient desolate space. At this moment, in the entire space, the only one who could remain as still as a mountain was the huge figure in the distance. This figure was the demonic god. At this time, in such an unforeseen event, the demonic god's eyes were still slightly closed, as if he wasn't affected at all, and he was recovering rapidly. Everyone, quickly gather together. Du Xiaofu ordered in a deep voice, and he shouted at Du Xiaoyao, Little Qilin, Zhen Qinchun, and the rest. The current situation would definitely not last forever. However, Du Xiaofu could not predict what kind of changes would occur when everything calmed down again. Therefore, it was best to gather all the experts together, and deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Quickly gather together. Many experts shouted, and each of them stepped out with difficulty in the trembling space, as if it was as difficult as walking in a swamp. Before they could even take a few steps, they were all sweating profusely, and the energy in their bodies was quickly consumed, and they felt like they were about to collapse. However, at this moment no one cared about such consumption. Only by gathering together could they feel a little more at ease. I wonder if the spatial technique will still work. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and without hesitation, he directly displayed the first style of rising wind, and disappeared from the spot. Then, he appeared next to Du Xiaoyao. Boss! Seeing Du Xiaofu suddenly appear, Du Xiaoyao shouted in surprise. Quickly gather with everyone, I have to settle some things first. Du Xiaofu was also very surprised. In such an unforeseen event in the space, he could still display the first style of rising wind smoothly, which made him very happy. Without thinking, Du Xiaofu picked up Du Xiaoyao's body, and with a few flashes of his body, he brought Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Jialo Juiyu, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaolin, and the rest to one place. It didn't take too long for East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, and Little Xingxing to be sent together. This kind of speed was much faster than the people who were struggling to move forward. After doing all this, Du Xiaofu's body flashed a few times, and he went next to the two godly thunder cauldrons left behind by Mo Lingzi. He stretched out his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and grabbed the two godly thunder cauldrons. Then, they turned into two purple gold lights and disappeared in his palms. Devil religion, it's time for you to pay the price. In the violent shaking, Du Xiaofu stumbled and almost fell. However, his eyes were shining brightly, and he looked at the figures of the devil religion in the distance, and he couldn't help but shoot out a cold, killing intent. Swoosh! The first style of rising wind was activated again, and Du Xiaofu's body flashed again, and this time, he directly appeared next to Moksha. Tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly and punched out. Under Moksha's shocked gaze, the punch suddenly landed on his chest. A huge force burst out, and the force was crazily spurting out. Puff! A cloud of blood mist exploded in front of his eyes, and it was scattered by the shaking and distorted space in the blink of an eye. Moksha, who was half a step away from the heavenly saint realm, didn't even have time to react, and didn't have any effective defense at all. He was killed by Du Xiaofu in the void. The two godly thunder cauldrons also appeared, and they were taken away by Du Xiaofu. After killing Moksha with one punch, he didn't stop at all, and he looked at the 9-demon emperor again. Chapter 2644. Rumble. The giant mouth of the ancient desolation space grew bigger and bigger, and soon, it covered everyone. Moreover, the violent trembling became more and more intense, causing the entire space to distort. After Du Xiaofu glanced coldly at the half-step heavenly sage expert from the devil sect, he did not hesitate and performed the Fuyao first form again. In a flash of golden light, he appeared directly in front of the half-step heavenly sage expert. Du Xiaofu did not know the reason for the change in the ancient desolation space, and he could not investigate further. He could only let it continue to change. He had already collected 4 of the 9 purple lightning mysterious cauldrons. In addition to the one he obtained from killing a Sage Realm expert from the devil religion in the foggy space, he had a total of 5 purple lightning mysterious cauldrons. As for the other 4 purple lightning mysterious cauldrons, he did not know who had them. However, there was no doubt that the remaining 4 godly thunder cauldrons must be with the people from the devil religion. Now that such a huge change had occurred in this space, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill all the half-step heavenly sage experts from the devil religion. Not only would he reduce the pressure on the experts from the tricontinent Kyushu region, but he would also have a chance to find the remaining godly thunder cauldrons. Du Xiaofu did not want to miss such a good opportunity. The 8 demon emperors were all in the heavenly sage realm, and it was impossible to kill them cleanly. Instead of wasting a lot of time on them, it was better to eliminate all the half-step heavenly sage experts from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu, how dare you! After killing Moksha with 1 punch, the 8 demon emperors came to their senses in the blink of an eye. They knew Du Xiaofu's purpose. At this time, when they saw him performing the space skill again and rushing toward a half-step heavenly sage expert from the devil religion, they could not help but shout. However, the violent tremors in space caused them to be unable to do anything but watch as Du Xiaofu's figure flashed, and then he appeared once more. After that, he smashed his fist forcefully against the chest of the half-step heavenly saint from the devil religion. Another bang sound rang out. Under that fierce and domineering fist energy, this expert was like Moksha, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. He didn't even have the chance to scream. However, this time, the purple lightning profound cauldron did not appear. Damn it! Damn it! The 8 demon emperors roared and roared, but they could do nothing to Du Xiaofu. All of them were affected by the spatial fluctuations, making it difficult for them to even pass through. Perhaps, when the experts of the 3 continents and Kyushu appeared before them, they would be able to easily kill them if they gathered their full strength. However, they didn't have the means like Du Xiaofu, who could ignore the obstruction of space and pass through it, appearing directly beside the opponent. They might have grasped part of the law of space, but not everyone could learn the rising sun style from the golden-winged great rocks. "Quick, everyone, come close to me!" The 2 demon emperors shouted, trying their best to pass through the distorted space. They moved toward the half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion, intending to stop Du Xiaofu. In fact, when Du Xiaofu had used his means to gather Little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and the others, the devil religion had already begun to make arrangements. Just like Du Xiaofu, they were planning to prevent an even greater change in the future. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would make use of the situation here to wipe out the forces of the devil religion? The demon emperors all moved, but their speed was extremely slow, as if they were moving against a torrential flood. After a breath's time, they had only crossed a distance of several feet. Go! Go quickly! Come close to the demon emperors! At the same time, the dozen half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion began to panic. It was true that Du Xiaofu and the rest had broken through in this space that was no longer suppressed. However, with Du Xiaofu's current strength, he could easily kill them. Now that such an unforeseen event had occurred, even if the opponent came close to them, they couldn't even put up an effective resistance and could only be slaughtered. Rumble! The void was still trembling non-stop, like a small tree swaying in the midst of a violent storm. The half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion spread out, unleashing all their skills and exploding with their strongest state, rushing toward the demon emperors. Only by going to the side of the 8 demon emperors could they hope to survive. However, at this time, the 8 demon emperors were already having a hard time walking, let alone these half-step heavenly saints. It was as if they were struggling in a mud pit. What the fuck? Seeing Du Xiaofu's behavior, Du Xiaoyao, who was among the half-step heavenly saints from the desolate country, was speechless and said in a daze. Du Xiaofu's means were really not something that ordinary people could understand. Dad, good job. Little Xingxing's mouth curled into an evil smile, and little Qilin and Du Xiaowang were even more jubilant. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to stand in the trembling space, they would have clapped their hands. 9 left. Du Xiaofu naturally noticed the movements of the 8 demon emperors, but he was not too anxious. Although the demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm were powerful, without the Fuyao style, they couldn't be faster than him. After all, even if he executed the God's Bane grasp at this moment, he was still unable to shake the space that was warping and trembling without end. The devil religion had a total of 12 half-step heavenly saints, and he had just killed one. In addition to Moksha and Mo Lingzi, who was kept in the desolate ancient space, there were 9 half-step heavenly saints left. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to let any of these 9 go. Kill! Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared in a flash, and then he appeared in front of the next half-step heavenly saint. It was still a simple punch, but it contained the strength to split mountains. With a brazen move, it blasted the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion into pieces. Du Xiaofu, I'll never let you go, and I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The second demon emperor and the fourth demon emperor roared crazily, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. The great demon emperor wasn't any better. His originally pale face showed a bit of blackness at this time. Those half-step heavenly saint realm experts of the devil religion were the pinnacle of strength, and they played a great role in the massacre in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. At this time, seeing them die miserably in the hands of Du Xiaofu, how could the 8 demon emperors not be angry? You're still talking nonsense at this time. According to my estimation, your brains must have been squeezed by a door. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao curled his lips and said disdainfully in the face of the angry roars of the demon emperors. Golden light burst out from his body, and it was as dazzling as the scorching sun. I think their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. Little Xingxing continued and said coldly. Seeing Du Xiaofu kill the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion one by one, they were very happy. Next, after Du Xiaofu killed the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, he didn't find the divine thunder cauldron again, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when he looked at the rest of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, the disappointment was replaced by a fierce look in his eyes. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted, and he disappeared again and reappeared next to the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. Then, in front of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, he killed them with a punch. After a few times, including Moksha, 5 half-step heavenly saint of the 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 devil religion. After this, Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised to see the appearance of the 6th purple lightning profound cauldron. The remaining 6 half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion and 3 divine thunder cauldrons should be with these half-step heavenly saints. Du Xiaofu put away the divine thunder cauldron without hesitation, and his eyes swept across the remaining 6 half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. The 5 divine thunder cauldrons were obtained from the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, and not from the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. Du Xiaofu deduced that the half-step heavenly saint of 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 the devil religion. Du Xiaofu. Seeing their experts dying one after another in Du Xiaofu's hands, the few demon emperors roared furiously and exerted their full strength to cross the shaking space. If you fall into the hands of my devil religion, then I'll surely make living worse than death for you. I'll make you suffer the infernal hell refinement of the soul and the myriad of ghosts devouring your body. The 4 demon emperors roared. A blood-red sickle slashed at the trembling void. However, it was like a blunt knife chopping at a tree stump. It couldn't cut through it at all. Du Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the angry shouts of the demon emperors. His figure flickered a few times, and a series of muffled sounds could be heard. The remaining 5 half-step heavenly saints of the demonic sect were finally annihilated. All of them died a violent death. Du Xiaofu. The few demon emperors gritted their teeth and wished they could eat his flesh and drink his blood to appease the hatred in their hearts. However, right now they were all trapped in this strange chaos. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so there was no way they could deal with Du Xiaofu. Good job, big brother. Among the 5 heavenly saints, East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, and Central Divinity, Fu Yibai, whose hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, couldn't help but shout in surprise. Hee, the devil religion is so arrogant. Finally, it suffered a big loss. Zhen Qinchun, the sacred array boy, said with a smile. After a long period of cultivation in this space, everyone had made breakthroughs. The devil religion gave birth to a total of 12 half-step heavenly saints. However, at this time, only Mo Lingzi was still alive. He had been taken into the desolate ancient space by Du Xiaofu. The remaining 11 people had all been killed by the purple-robed young man. Such a scene caused everyone who was still in this space to feel extremely carefree. Many people have died before. This time, I've avenged them a little. Du Xiaojing suddenly said with sadness, a touch of sadness flashing in her bright eyes. Earlier, a few devil emperors had joined the battle, and at least 200 Saint Realm experts had perished during the chaotic battle. Among them were Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Lai Diao, Zhong Yuan, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Jiang Yiting, Hong Yue, Ji Tsang, Di Lang, and many other familiar faces. The scene of Du Xiaofu killing the half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion was so similar to the scene of those people being slaughtered by the demon emperors. Juekong is also dead. Jialo Juyu's handsome face was filled with grief. Jialo Juekong was his brother, an existence second only to him in terms of talent among his peers in the Golden-Winged Rock clan. However, he had fallen here, and his heroic spirit had disappeared. If the devil religion is not eliminated, this world will never have peace. Affected by everyone's emotions, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel sad. Closing his eyes, familiar faces flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long while, Du Xiaofu's gaze flashed and looked at the huge figure in the distance. On the body of the demon god, the originally restrained aura was now emitting a vast aura, crazily rising. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that surrounded his body tightly protected him within it, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura that caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble for no reason when he glanced at it. It was almost impossible to use the time when he recovered to stop the demon god's continuous improvement. That terrifying scene could obliterate everything. As long as Du Xiaofu went forward, he would be injured. It wouldn't be long before the demon god would be able to fully recover. At that time, it would be a truly difficult situation. Divine Thunder Cauldrons. Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze and reached out to take the 3 divine thunder cauldrons in front of him. When he killed the last 5 half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion, 3 divine thunder cauldrons had appeared. In this way, all 9 divine thunder cauldrons had been gathered. If the 9 cauldrons weren't gathered, the 9 families wouldn't appear. If the 9 cauldrons were gathered, the 9 families would be commanded. In the outside world, the 9 families, such as legalism, school of famous scholars, school of vertical and horizontal, and Buddhism, which had always been ambiguous, wouldn't dare to cause any trouble in front of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they wouldn't dare to openly disobey the instructions left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Demon Emperor. Du Xiaofu kept the purple lightning cauldron, and then his eyes suddenly shrank as he looked at the 8 demon emperors. He was thinking if he should continue to fight and kill a few more demon emperors. If he could kill them, then the pressure he, Fu Bai, Little Xingxing, and the rest would be reduced by a lot. Du Xiaofu, Lord Demon God, is recovering. The moment he wakes up will be the moment you die. The second demon emperor shouted. He, the great demon emperor, the fourth demon emperor, and the seventh demon emperor had already gathered together with great difficulty. They were on high alert in case Du Xiaofu attacked them. The fifth demon emperor, the sixth demon emperor, the eighth demon emperor, and the ninth demon emperor were still scattered in the shaking space. At this time, you still don't know how to restrain yourselves. I don't know if you are stupid. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He used the Fuyao style again and appeared directly beside the ninth demon emperor. Way of the tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly and punched out. In the shaking space, the rumbling sound became even more intense. Facing such a punch, the ninth demon emperor's pupils shrank. The qi in his body crazily condensed, and the heavenly demon blood armor on his body released a dazzling scarlet light. At the same time, the ninth demon emperor waved his fists rapidly. When Du Xiaofu's fierce and overbearing punch landed on the ninth demon emperor's chest, a terrible dent appeared on his armor. However, it did not explode. His body was blown back directly. In the distorted space at this time, he was forced to retreat for a distance of 10 meters. That pair of demonic fists hit empty air, because after Du Xiaofu's attack succeeded, his figure disappeared again. The ninth demon emperor covered his chest and retreated. Due to the distortion of space, the power of Du Xiaofu's attack was greatly reduced. Therefore, the ninth demon emperor's armor was not even broken. However, that fierce and overbearing punch still made the ninth demon emperor's body tremble and his chest feel stuffy. Way of the overbearing fist. Almost in the next moment, a cold shout came from behind the ninth demon emperor again. The ninth demon emperor's eyes narrowed. He sensed the dangerous aura, but he did not have time to react. Layers of demon qi surged out from his body and condensed on his back. Boom! The punch landed on the ninth demon emperor's back. The ninth demon emperor's body caved in again. His body was blown back again and he fell forward. Similarly, this time, Du Xiaofu's attack did not break the ninth demon emperor's defense. A demon emperor of the heavenly saint stage is really difficult to kill. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he looked at the ninth demon emperor. Due to the distortion of space, at least 30% of the power of his punch was destroyed by the void. If he wanted to break the ninth demon emperor's heavenly demon blood armor, such power was still not enough. However, it was also because of this that the ninth demon emperor could not even launch an effective counterattack. If they were in a normal space, even if he had the help of the Fuyao style, he would not be able to dodge the ninth demon emperor's attack. He could only exchange blows with the ninth demon emperor. If I can't kill you once or twice, I'll just have to do it a few more times. Du Xiaofu clenched his fist. A fierce aura filled the air. His figure disappeared again and reappeared next to the ninth demon emperor. Overbearing fists! Overbearing fist! Overbearing fists! Du Xiaofu let out a series of deep shouts. When every shout fell, it would be accompanied by a muffled bang. Following that, the ninth demon emperor's body was smashed by Du Xiaofu's fierce fists again and again. Du Xiaofu, if you have the guts, let's fight face to face. What's the use of sneak attacks? The ninth demon emperor shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, he let out a painful scream from his throat. Under Du Xiaofu's attacks, the ninth demon emperor's body finally suffered a great shock. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and a stream of blood rushed to his throat. He could not move up or down, and it was an indescribable discomfort. His eyes were burning with anger. If it were not for the strange changes in this space, he would not be in such a miserable state. Humph, the words fight face to face come out of the mouth of a member of the devil religion. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Du Xiaofu did not care about the ninth demon emperor's roar. With the special characteristics of this space, even if he could not kill the ninth demon emperor, he could at least trample on him. After letting out a cold snort, he once again used the same trick. Overbearing fists. Overbearing fist. Overbearing fists. The purple-robed figure disappeared again and reappeared next to the ninth demon emperor. He shouted again and punched the ninth demon emperor fiercely. He wanted to torture the ninth demon emperor until he was covered with bruises. Chapter 26:45. Du Xiaofu, when the Lord Demon God wakes up, I will make sure you die a horrible death. In the distance, the second demon emperor, fourth demon emperor, and fifth demon emperor roared as they watched the nine demon emperor being brutally tortured by Du Xiaofu. They tried their best to gather together in the trembling space, hoping to lend a helping hand to the nine demon emperor. However, every time they approached, Du Xiaofu would throw a punch and send the nine demon emperors flying a little further away. The remaining 7 demon emperors could clearly see that Du Xiaofu and Yi Shiwen were dozens of feet away from them. Normally, they would be able to reach out and touch the two of them. However, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly. Moreover, the purple-robed youth seemed to be doing this intentionally. He just had to torture the 9 demon emperor right in front of their eyes. One moment you want me to beg for death, and the next moment you want me to die a horrible death. Don't tell me that you can say whatever you want about my, Du Xiaofu's, life with your mouths? Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, but he did not show any mercy. Pfff. Punch after punch, the 9 demon emperor was smashed until he kept vomiting blood. There was almost no flat spot on his body. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly demon blood armor, even if he had the cultivation of a heavenly saint, he would have been smashed into pieces by Du Xiaofu. He would have died a horrible death. Boss, well done. Dad, beat him to death. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaowang, and the others were excited when they saw this scene. The angrier the other demon emperors were, the more excited they were. They clenched their fists and stood in the distance, cheering for Du Xiaofu. You only know how to talk about the Lord Demon God all day long. If it weren't for the Demon God, you wouldn't even be a fart. In the ancient times, you would have been crushed into pieces by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God. Fu Yibai also snorted. Du Xiaofu was still attacking and tormenting the 9 demon emperor. During this process, the desolate ancient space that was expanding in the void continued to expand. The huge black hole like a demon emperor, it directly enveloped the entire desolate ancient space. Rumble, 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 following this change, the desolate ancient space. In the end, Du Xiaofu, even Du demon emperors floating, was and had encountered was in the desolate ancient space. Everyone could no longer stand steadily, and their bodies began to sway uncontrollably. As soon as the energy of a group of heavenly saint realm cultivators rushed out of their bodies, it would be instantly swallowed up. It would not be of any use at all. What is going on? The 5 experts, East Deity, West Demon, South Scholar, North Addict, and Central Divinity, were all shocked. They had no idea what this change meant. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Jueyu, and the others held hands and stood together to prevent themselves from being separated from the desolate ancient space. It should be related to the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu no longer attacked the 9 demon emperors. He used the Fuyao style several times in a row. Then, he returned to the formation of the others and joined them. When he came to this desolate ancient space, the demon god took away Tianwu Academy's Qiankuan bag from him and unlocked the seal. And just when he unleashed the ancient desolate space and sucked Mo Lingzi into it, it brought about such a huge change. One had to know that the Qiankuan bag and the desolate ancient space originally belonged to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu would never believe that there was no connection between the two. According to Du Xiaofu's conjecture, the soul in the Qiankuan bag should be related to the founder of Tianwu Academy. As for the desolate ancient space, it probably had a great origin and was related to the founder of Tianwu Academy. However, he did not know what kind of connection this desolate ancient space had with Tianwu Academy or the legendary founder of Tianwu Academy. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook violently, causing the entire desolate ancient space to tremble violently. This scene was like a huge earthquake in the outside world. Due to the distortion of the desolate ancient space, the scene in front of them became illusory and blurry. Even the faces of the people around them were distorted. The formless, desolate ancient space formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qinchun, and the others all felt a huge tearing force on their bodies, causing them to feel as though their bodies could not withstand it. Fortunately, these people were not weak now. At the very least, they all had the strength of a half-step heavenly saint. Even people like Zhen Qinchun, who were not too strong in terms of physical cultivation, could resist it without too much difficulty when the power in their bodies was circulating. Lord Demon God. In the distance, the 8 great demon emperors had finally gathered in one place after continuous efforts. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their gazes were focused on Pang Wei's figure in the distance. At this moment, the demon god's body was still standing like a mountain, unmoving. Even when the boundless, desolate, ancient space storm swept past, it was unable to shake his body in the slightest. Rumble, ka. Suddenly, amidst the endless violent tremors, the sound of silk cracking could be heard. It also sounded like an eggshell was cracking. The cracking sound grew louder and louder until it became a cacophony. Ka. As the sound continued to ring out, everyone saw that the originally empty and dark space suddenly began to flash with light. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, it was the same. The light seemed to have shot from the sky and pierced through the desolate ancient space barrier. It looked like everyone was in a huge egg, and when the eggshell cracked, the light finally shone in. The desolate ancient space is collapsing. A serious expression crept onto Fu Yibai's unkempt face. Suppressive force. I can feel the suppressive force again. Du Xiaoyao also spoke, his handsome brows furrowed. Actually, there was no need for him to say anything. Everyone felt it at practically the same time. When those rays of light shot over, there was an extremely strong suppressive force that fiercely suppressed them, and it added to their physical bodies and origin spirits. When they first entered the desolate ancient space, they were all delighted to find that the suppressive force that was originally everywhere in the outside world had suddenly disappeared. Everyone's cultivation was faintly rising. Moreover, as they cultivated for a long time, one by one, they continued to break through with irresistible force, creating many heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in the outside world. As for the demon god's purpose in coming here, they quickly understood. It was nothing more than wanting to use the uniqueness of the desolate ancient space to recover his extremely powerful cultivation. Then, even if he went to the outside world, even if he was suppressed again, he would still have the ultimate strength that the outside world could achieve. In this way, in this world, no one would be a match for him. Is this desolate ancient space going to be exposed to the outside world? Du Xiaofu muttered as he looked around the desolate ancient space. The bright rays of light expanded rapidly, tearing apart all the darkness and illuminating everything in the desolate ancient space. As such changes continued to occur, waves of familiar auras entered everyone's senses. This familiar aura was exactly the same as the desolate ancient space that they lived in. At the same time, the suppressive force that everyone felt became more and more majestic and vast. Everyone's cultivation was quickly suppressed. In just a short while, their original strength was directly reduced by a few points. They all tried their best to resist, but the suppressive force that carried the terrifying heavenly might was simply not something that a human could resist. They could only allow their strength to slowly regress. This was the invisible rule of this world. As long as one was in this desolate ancient space, they would be restricted and bound by it. Rumble, as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was trembling, a vast sound resounded in the desolate ancient space. Ka, at the extreme end of the desolate ancient space, long and narrow cracks appeared in all directions, and strong rays of light shot in. It was as if a pair of large hands were fiercely tearing the desolate ancient space apart. In the left half of Du Xiaofu's desolate ancient space, the rays of light that shot in were silver-white and dazzling. They were like bolts of lightning. In the right half of the desolate ancient space, the rays of light were like bloody light. They were scarlet and strange, and were extremely similar to the aura of the people of the devil religion. Two diametrically opposite auras filled the desolate ancient space. One was vast and majestic, fierce and domineering, while the other was bloody and evil. The demonic god's aura is so terrifying. Suddenly, Du Xiaowang said. Everyone looked up when they heard this. They saw that the figure that stood like a giant mountain was fluctuating with boundless demonic aura, like a boiling sea of blood. In the midst of the bloody fluctuations, it was linked with the bloody rays of light that shot in from the right half of the desolate ancient space. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection between them. Looking at the demonic god's huge body, everyone, including Du Xiaofu, was extremely shocked. That sinister and treacherous aura made one's heart tremble for no reason. Even with Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's heavenly saint cultivation, they couldn't avoid this powerful throbbing feeling. Boom, 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 ka in the desolate ancient space, violent tremors and cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The desolate ancient space had already disappeared, and the huge black hole could no longer be seen. However, in the unseen world, Du Xiaofu felt that the connection between him and the desolate ancient space was still there. It was just that he couldn't control it at the moment. It's going to break. This desolate ancient space is going to be destroyed. Fu Yibai suddenly shouted. His messy hair that was like a chicken's nest was about to explode. Every strand of his hair stood on end. Looking at the cracks in the desolate ancient space that were constantly expanding, he was extremely frightened. It was as if he had sensed something terrifying. Quick, half-step heavenly saints inside, heavenly saints outside, form a defense. East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, and Bei Qi also shouted and moved instantly. Together with Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Fu Yibai, they surrounded Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Jiaojuyu, and the others. The auras of the seven heavenly saints all burst out and intertwined with each other to form a dense light shield, protecting themselves and the half-step heavenly saints inside. On the other side, the 8 demon emperors did not hesitate. Just like Du Xiaofu and the others, their demon qi burst out and formed a black light cocoon, tightly wrapping the 8 of them. Boom, 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 boom. Just as everyone was about to form a defense, a series of explosions shook the area. The surrounding desolate ancient space seemed to have received a huge attack and exploded everywhere. The terrifying explosions were extremely frightening. Vast energy waves swept across the desolate ancient space, destroying everything in its path. Endless energy storms wreaked havoc and swept out, causing everyone's bodies to be sent flying in all directions. Fortunately, they'd all gathered together at this moment, and their auras were intertwined with each other. Otherwise, they'd probably be directly blasted flying in all directions amidst this chaotic flow of energy. On the other hand, Zhen Qingchun and the other half-step Heavenly Saint Realm experts might even be annihilated by this spatial energy storm. If it were not for the protection of the few Heavenly Saints, it would have been very difficult for the rest of them to survive. Even so, Du Xiaofu's group and the 8 great demon emperors' group were still sent flying. They were like 2 small shrimps in a stormy sea, and they were unable to control themselves as they moved along with the waves. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the desolate ancient space. Under this loud explosion, the entire desolate ancient space was like an egg that had been ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. It exploded into pieces. The ferocious impact of the violent energy sent everyone's bodies flying. The tight protective light shield that the heavenly saint powerhouses had set up with their combined strength finally collapsed, and one figure after another was sent flying in all directions. However, it was a good thing that the violent impact didn't spread too far. After everyone was sent flying, they quickly stabilized their bodies and stood in the air. The desolate ancient space has been destroyed. Du Xiaofu, Fu Yibai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Juiyu, and the others quickly gathered together again. Their faces were pale, and the fear in their hearts had not dissipated. Not far from them, the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion were also in a similar state. We are now in the outside world. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked around. He realized that they were now in the outside world. In other words, they were in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. With the power of his primordial spirit, he realized that they were no longer in the demon realm. They were in the land of Kyushu. The suppression of this desolate ancient space is too terrifying. I feel like I'm about to be beaten back to my original form, Zhen Qingchun said in his heart. The qi in his body circulated endlessly. He could feel the terrifying heaven and earth energy suppressing him, causing his half-step heavenly saint stage cultivation to show signs of regressing. In fact, it was almost suppressed back to the level of a perfected saint stage cultivator. How could he not tremble in fear in such a situation? It was not only Zhen Qingchun. Everyone had the same feeling. Under the suppression of the desolate ancient space, their strength had regressed by quite a bit. Even Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing were no exception. However, after the energy in their bodies circulated, they finally withstood the suppression and stabilized their cultivation at the heavenly saint realm. The desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit. Following the faint connection between him and the desolate ancient space, he looked into the distance and finally found the location of the desolate ancient space. Return. With a thought, Du Xiaofu controlled the desolate ancient space and returned it to his body. Eh? What's this? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise. In his senses, he discovered a strange movement in the desolate ancient space. When the power of his primordial spirit entered, he saw something that was beyond his imagination. In the desolate ancient space, other than Mo Lingzi, who was kept by him, there was another figure lying in there. This figure was wrapped in a hazy light, causing others to be unable to see its true appearance. It was motionless, as if it was in a deep sleep. This is the owner of the divine soul in the cosmos sack. Du Xiaofu felt waves of divine soul from this figure. It was extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as the divine soul in Tianwu Academy's cosmos sack. Needless to say, this person was most likely the original owner of the cosmos sack. He might even be the dean who founded Tianwu Academy. What's the relationship between the desolate ancient space and this person? Why would he appear in the desolate ancient space after the desolate ancient space disappeared? There were countless questions in Du Xiaofu's heart. However, this person seemed to be in a deep sleep. Du Xiaofu tried to wake him up, but he couldn't. Thus, he decided to ask him face to face and solve the doubts in his heart. The disappearance of the desolate ancient space meant that the demonic god must have awakened. He didn't have the mood to ask about this and could only leave it at that for now. The war has already begun in the outside world. When Du Xiaofu and the others appeared in the outside world, they were shocked to discover that the entire Kyushu domain was filled with scenes of lifeforms slaughtering one another. In the 3 continents, 9 continents, and 9 continents, mountains and rivers were breaking apart, rivers were drying up, space was exploding, and the earth was quaking violently. Countless life forms were roaring, and their weapons were boiling hot. They clashed with the devil religion. Terrifying attacks were unleashed one after another, causing the entire world to tremble. In everyone's perception, there were living beings constantly falling from the sky. Their blood dyed the sky red. Heaven and earth were trembling and space was being destroyed. Mountains and earth were shaking, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Kiki, Lord Demonic God has already awakened. The slaughter has truly begun. None of the life forms in this world can escape death. Not far away from Du Xiaofu's group, the 8 demon emperors were laughing heartily. They could sense that the Lord Demonic God had already awakened and returned to his peak state. In that case, no one in this world would be a match for him. Not even Du Xiaofu would be a match for him. All life forms would face death, and this world would turn into a demonic domain.